Welcome everyone. Welcome everyone to this critical discussion on investing in health toward universal sovereignty. Over the last few years, we have witnessed how global health crises like COVID-19 exposed vulnerabilities in healthcare systems worldwide. Today, our goal is to explore how we can build resilient health systems that not only address emergencies, but also deliver equitable and sustainable care to all. We will be diving into 5 key questions. How can we turn lessons from past crises into sustainable health investments? What models of global health governance can foster partnerships that respect local context? How can public-private collaborations ensure equitable healthcare access? How can research and innovation build lasting resilience in health systems? And what strategies can make local production of medicine and medical equipment both sustainable and accessible to vulnerable populations? To guide us through this, we have an exceptional panel of experts moderated by myself, Zineb Drissi-Kaitouni. And we have with us, so let me start with Dr. Adrienne Lusa. She's the founder of Sanilux and host of the Africa Biotech Conversation podcast. She specializes in biotech innovation, strategic partnerships, and fostering Africa's bioeconomy. Alongside with Professor Raja Arzadi, she's a Moroccan professor, surgeon, and breast cancer advocate. She's the president of Cœur des Femmes, renowned for her pioneering achievement in medical education and practice. She has recently been nominated as member of the Académie Africaine of des Sciences de la Santé, and she has also been nominated as a member of the new model of development of Morocco. Alongside Mr. Amer Benouda, he has 10 years of experience in supply chain management for pharmaceutical companies. He's currently VP in charge of development at Abba Technology Group, a company which specializes in medical devices manufacturing and also operate health centers. Alongside Mrs. Wokoe, she's a seasoned system engineer with expertise in technology advisements and project management, supporting minority entrepreneurs in fundraising and business development. Dr. Jean-François Corti, he is a humanitarian leader and lecturer with expertise in international medical solidarity, project management, and advocacy. He is also the author of 2 books on social care and the president of the ONG Médecins du Monde France. And finally, Mrs. Dina Lehlou. She's a holistic executive coach and psychotherapist specializing in leadership, well-being, and gender diversity with extensive experience in corporate and international consulting. And we hope that we will be answering some of your questions towards the end of the panel. So I would like to start with Dr. And I'm just want to make sure because we have 2 persons that are missing today. I'm just gonna make sure I am addressing the question to the right person. So let me start with you, Dr. Corti. Dr. Corti, your extensive experience in emergency humanitarian work has given you a unique perspective on how crises impact health systems. In your view, how can short-term crisis responses be transformed into long-term, sustainable resilience strategies? And today, what roles do international NGOs play in ensuring that lessons learned from crisis?
Bonjour, merci beaucoup pour l'invitation. Je suis très heureux d'être au Maroc avec vous. J'ai un attachement très fort au Maroc. j'y suis né, j'y ai grandi, j'y ai une maison, plutôt dans le sud, un pays berbère, mais Tanger, c'est aussi très beau. Je suis très heureux de vous retrouver. Je suis président d'une association Médecins du Monde qui intervient dans une trentaine de pays, mais on intervient aussi en France. On travaille sur les questions d'urgence, sur aussi les questions de migration, de droit en santé sexuelle et reproductive, sur les questions de santé environnementale, sur les conflits aussi les plus prégnants. Nous avons des médecins, des infirmières qui travaillent. On est en partenariat avec des acteurs locaux, des associations, des acteurs de la société civile. Voilà, on a été très présent sur la question bien sûr des crises liées à des pathologies comme le Covid notamment, mais aussi Ebola. Et on voit comment ces pathologies accentuent les inégalités, que ce soit dans les pays, on va dire les plus riches, ou que ce soit dans les pays où les systèmes de santé sont les plus faibles. Donc tous les systèmes de santé et de tous les pays sont exposés à un impact très fort des grandes endémies. On l'a vu à l'époque du sida, on l'a vu aussi avec l'épidémie d'hépatite C, qui, je le rappelle, frappe tous les pays, y compris les pays occidentaux, et où il a été très difficile, y compris en France, où on intervient, où Médecins du Monde intervient, de pouvoir soigner tous les patients, parce que les traitements sont très chers et mettent en tension le système de santé. Donc on voit comment les grandes endémies impactent les systèmes de santé, y compris des pays, on va dire, les plus avancés en matière de système de santé. Et dans ces conditions, voilà, moi je m'exprime au nom d'acteurs humanitaires qui ont une expertise dans la lutte contre les inégalités sanitaires, sociales et environnementales, que ce soit en France où on a des programmes, une cinquantaine de programmes, ou que ce soit à l'international dans une trentaine de pays comme je vous l'évoquais. Ce qui est important pour moi de dire par rapport à l'expertise de terrain et comment, au fond, pour répondre à la question, lutter contre les inégalités et rentrer de plein fouet dans le combat face aux grandes endémies, notamment, et comment partir du travail des ONG vers une institutionnalisation de ces questions. Moi, l'important, c'est de rappeler un principe fondamental de santé publique qui est de dire que plus l'écart de santé est important au sein d'une société, entre différents citoyens, plus l'état de santé global de la société sera mauvais. Ça veut dire qu'on a tout intérêt à faire en sorte que tout le monde ait accès à la santé, on va dire des plus aisés aux moins aisés, et que ça, c'est un principe fondamental de santé publique que je défends, en plus évidemment d'une valeur, on va dire, de solidarité qui est peut-être plus idéologique en lien avec la nature humanitaire de mon association. Donc, de mon point de vue, il est important de rappeler par rapport à votre question qu'on doit avoir un État social fort, en fait, et qu'on doit avoir des services publics forts, et que ça, c'est la base pour pouvoir lutter contre les inégalités. Ça ne veut pas dire qu'il ne faut pas un secteur privé, et il faut travailler en bonne intelligence avec un secteur privé, mais on voit dans tous les systèmes où il y a une privatisation à outrance du champ de la santé, eh bien, ce sont des inégalités qui sont plus importantes. Et donc, au final, c'est un état de santé global qui est moins bon pour tout le monde. Donc, si je peux passer un message aujourd'hui, c'est de réaffirmer par rapport aux moyens de lutter contre les problématiques de santé globale et donc renforcer une souveraineté universelle en matière de santé, je dirais par pays, c'est que ces pays conservent, adoptent et renforcent des systèmes de santé solidaires fondés sur des principes de santé publique que j'ai évoqués. Encore une fois, on l'a vu, par exemple en France, avec le Covid, c'est près de 2 millions de personnes qui ont basculé dans la grande précarité, alors même que le système de santé a tenu, était en difficulté, mais ça a quand même eu un énorme impact, y compris pour des systèmes de santé qui étaient censés être préparés à répondre à ces grandes endémies. Donc, premier point, pour être sur une souveraineté en matière de santé des États universels, un système de santé publique fort, un État social fort, qui travaille en bonne intelligence avec le secteur privé, mais où il n'y a pas une privatisation outrance de la santé. C'est mon point de vue. Deuxième point de vue, pour chaque État, évidemment, c'est de renforcer l'indépendance dans la capacité de gérer ses propres médicaments, ses propres matériaux en santé. Et cette indépendance, elle se construit sur le choix des dépendances, donc en diversifiant les partenariats. Ça, c'est quelque chose de fondamental, une pratique que l'on a lorsque l'on veut entretenir une indépendance, qu'on soit une ONG comme la mienne ou autre. Donc, à l'échelle d'un État social fort, un travail en bonne intelligence avec le secteur privé et une politique en matière de santé qui soit basée sur le choix des dépendances. Et l'indépendance se fait sur le choix des dépendances. Ensuite, à l'échelle internationale, et je ne vais pas trop développer puisque je vais laisser la parole à mes collègues.
Si c'est possible.
Évidemment, on a vu sur le Covid, si un pays est touché, c'est toute la planète qui est potentiellement touchée avec la physiopathologie de ces maladies, avec les modes de transport modernes, la mondialisation. Il n'y a pas une maladie qui, notamment à caractère épidémique comme le Covid ou Ebola ou autre, qui concerne qu'un pays. Dès qu'un secteur, un territoire est touché, c'est l'ensemble de la planète qui doit se mobiliser. Donc on a vu comment, avec le Covid, il y a eu un échec du multilatéralisme et de la solidarité internationale. Et ça, c'est pas bon pour tout le monde, y compris les États dits les plus riches. Et donc, il faut renforcer, il y a beaucoup de négociations depuis l'après-Covid, pour essayer de renforcer une gouvernance internationale plus incisive et plus solidaire, notamment au travers de l'OMS, de différents mécanismes. Ça tarde à arriver, mais je pense qu'il faut continuer à aller dans le sens d'une gouvernance internationale plus solidaire, parce qu'encore une fois, tout le monde est concerné par des pathologies émergentes qui reviendront. Ça, c'est le premier point. Et le deuxième point, c'est dans cette confrontation entre public-privé qui doit être faite en bonne intelligence, je pense qu'il faut aussi travailler sur la question des accords, notamment de l'Organisation mondiale, l'OMC, c'est de pouvoir reconsidérer notamment que sur la question des médicaments, des vaccins, on l'a vu, la tension autour des vaccins, les vaccins ARN sont restés dans le nord, les vaccins chinois et russes sont allés dans le sud global. Il y a une stratégie de captation très violente entre les États. Et donc, on a parlé d'ailleurs de diplomatie du vaccin. Je pense qu'il faut pouvoir réinsister sur le fait que sur la production de médicaments, comme on l'a vu sur les antirétroviraux pendant le sida, sur les vaccins et tout ce qui viendra en termes de médicaments, de vaccins pour les prochaines pathologies, il faut autoriser et renforcer la capacité des États à produire des licences d'office pour pouvoir casser les brevets, pour qu'en matière de propriété intellectuelle, chaque État, y compris les plus pauvres, entre guillemets, puisse répondre à des urgences sanitaires lorsque cela est nécessaire, sans être sous le joug, on va dire, des lobbies pharmaceutiques. Et en substance, si je m'arrêterai là, en gros, ce n'est pas le marché qui doit réguler la santé. La santé, c'est un droit fondamental. C'est les États qui doivent pouvoir avoir à la main, à un moment donné, sur la capacité de soigner leur population lorsque cela est nécessaire. Et on doit renforcer cette capacité à l'échelle mondiale parce qu'on est tous concernés. Donc en gros, et ce sera ma dernière phrase, chaque avancée technologique, elle est intéressante si elle est partagée pour tous. Merci.
Je vous remercie, Dr Corti, pour ces éclaircissements et on reviendra justement à vos 3 points forts en fin du panel. Je souhaite donner la parole à Dr Adrian Loussa. Dr. Adrian Loussa, your work in biotech partnerships highlights the importance of collaboration in health innovation. To your point, what models of global health governance do you believe can foster effective partnerships with respecting the unique context and needs of individual nations? That's my first question. And if you could share also examples of biotech partnerships that successfully balanced global innovation with local needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and thank you to the organizers of MedDays, the Southern Forum Summit, for having me to share my perspectives. And I just want to, go on to the tail end of what Dr. Corti was saying, just highlighting the fundamental right that we all have to be healthy, irrespective of where we are located in the world, because that is usually not a matter of choice. And myself, I've been working first in research and academia around drug discovery and development, and then transitioned into the commercial sector around building partnerships and business development for life sciences. And with that experience and exposure, I've come to see that I think there are three main models that we can sort of put forth that will enable a more effective global governance. And these global health governance models should be able to effectively enable collaboration, but also respecting the unique needs of individual nations. We live in a continent that is very diverse. The diversity of our continent is in its healthcare landscapes. It presents unique challenges. We have diverse health systems, we have diverse policies and political frameworks, but we also have diverse people and cultural needs. So one of the governance models that I can propose is the polycentric governance model. And this polycentric governance model advocates for a decentralized decision-making where multiple governing bodies work independently but coordinate within a common framework. And this model is aimed at respecting the sovereignty of and unique needs of individual nations, but also encouraging collective action. It is especially useful, like I mentioned earlier, in Africa, where we have a diverse healthcare infrastructure, we have diverse economic conditions, we have diverse political context and policies, which makes it very difficult to have a unified approach. And this model also fosters stronger networks between governments, local governments, and regional organizations, as well as global bodies like the WHO and the African Union. You can take, for example, the healthcare system in Morocco, where we are, is very different from the healthcare system in Cameroon, where I'm from, or in South Africa, where I currently live. And even if you go within a single region, I've lived in Mozambique and as well as in South Africa. In Mozambique, you have a very public health focused system. So health is more in the hands of the government, like Dr. Korti was advocating for, and also from donors and NGOs that are promoting access to health. Whereas the contrast you see in South Africa, which is just a neighboring country, where it is more dominated by the private sector. Even though there is a public sector, if you want really quality health care, you have to go into the private sector, and there are other challenges with that. So it's just taking into consideration this diversity and having a more polycentric governance model. Then the second model will also be the WHO Plus model, which emerged in response to global crises, the likes of COVID-19 or Ebola, and even more recently with the monkeypox epidemic. And this model integrates specialized regional response mechanisms within the WHO framework, while allowing for swift coordinated responses and maintaining a focus on the local context. So for example, during the Ebola outbreak in West Africa, the WHO Plus model facilitated a quicker response while drawing on a global network of international health organizations, but rooting itself within the local health system. So it involved community leaders, it involved local healthcare providers, but also brought in the expertise from regional bodies and global organizations. So this is vital in managing and containing the outbreak, and it prevented further spread. And tying back to what Dr. Korti was saying about the need for a private and public sector coordination or collaboration. The third model then will be public-private partnerships. I particularly work within this space where we're trying to facilitate a tighter relationship of trust between the public sector and the private sector, where the public sector brings in, or the governments bring in the oversight, the regulatory oversight, while the private sector brings in innovation and faster response. And with this model, there's an example that I can highlight. It is that of the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovation, where the CEPI, as it is called, collaborated with African biotech firms and with the governments to produce innovative vaccines to various challenging pathogens like Ebola and the COVID-19. And this allowed for rapid development of globally recognized vaccines, but also ensured that the solutions were specifically tailored to the healthcare needs and infrastructures of African countries. Okay, so now the innovation part, there is partnerships that are geared to facilitate that. We still are working on more effective partnerships to actually get innovations that are developed locally to also be able to service the global market, to get them up to par in terms of the standards that are set by the WHO. And I think there's still need for work, which I think the public sector could work to advocate more for better frameworks and processes to get our innovations qualified for global use and competitiveness. Now, to your second question about successful partnerships within the biotech sector, I can cite a recent example in South Africa where various pharmaceutical companies have come together to form a consortium that will be able to fund the characterization of the diverse genome sequences from Africa. This is a very expensive endeavor that various entities have attempted to do individually and has not been very successful. First of all, because of our diversity, we need a scale that one single organization cannot necessarily take on. And so they formed a consortium of a few companies, and I think they're still recruiting more companies and from also the public sector to facilitate this sequencing, because it is believed that because of our diverse genes, we actually hold the solution to a lot of the chronic non-communicable diseases that are plaguing the world, not just Africa. Cancers, metabolic diseases, diabetes, heart conditions, cardiovascular conditions. And so by putting together resources, both human capacity or funds, to be able to get a scale of our genomes sequenced and analyzed effectively, we can then, innovate in drug discovery that would target these diseases. And I think this is one of the examples where we can really put effort and support such endeavors, and not just, again, to his point about not privatizing or letting the market take over the stake of our health. We should have the public sector also putting in resources, and not just from donor agencies' point of view, but also local governments supporting such enterprises, because otherwise we come to a situation where we have a CRISPR, which is a new gene technology, gene editing technology, drug or developed drug for sickle cell. And sickle cell is very much predominant in sub-Saharan Africa. But at the cost of that drug right now, there is no one that can afford to buy that drug. Okay. And so we need more involvement of the public sector, local governments, and then partnering with the private sector to make
So I guess you agree with Dr. Cortes' point mentioned
100%.
earlier, and because we're kind of binded by the
Yes,
time,
thank you.
I'm going to have to move on to our next speaker. And thank you very much, Dr. Lusa, for your points on how, the three models you mentioned earlier could actually help into the globalization of the models. I will shift gears and turn back to Mrs. Dina Lehlou. I presented you earlier as a specialist in corporate health. So given your experience on corporate health and well-being, how can governance models ensure systemic resilience while being adaptable to the psychological and cultural needs of diverse population? I know your expertise into the corporate world, but I guess this can be also related to, the general population. If you could relate onto your experience.
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on such a crucial topic. As someone deeply engaged in corporate health and well-being, I recently conducted a survey on burnout, and with a special focus on women. I'm also here as a We4She member, which is an association fostering the presence of women in governance. And this burnout showed very worrying numbers, actually. And it's the first survey that has been conducted in Morocco. But what it shows also is that it highlights the urgent need for governance models that address psychological and cultural realities to ensure systemic resilience. Resilience is often seen as the ability to withstand shocks like what we went through during COVID. But true systemic resilience requires the capacity to adapt and to evolve in accordance to the needs of the society. And this includes engaging the psychological well-being of individuals across all demographics. Burnout is often one of the clearest indicators that there is a real strain that is systemic and that affects all individuals across all the demographics, genders, and cultural context. Also, there is a very big misunderstanding on what burnout is. So the first step actually would be awareness, to really address the meaning of what burnout entails. This survey found out that 82%, and that's a huge number, 82% of respondents have been either directly or indirectly affected by burnout symptoms. And this underscores the urgency to integrate mental health into governance frameworks, not as an afterthought and not after the bad things happen,
Absolutely,
but as a foundation. Governance can really support resilience by embedding psychological well-being into policy systems. For instance, we talked about corporate, so workplace flexibility. This happened during and after COVID. Sadly, most of the companies nowadays went back to full-time work. And this really, I think it's one of the reasons that it increased the
burnout?
The burnout,
within
yes, absolutely. Specifically because we live in a society that demands from us so much that actually is constantly bombarding us with information, with data, with having to prioritize.
Yep.
And simply the mind is not equipped to deal with this kind of stress. So what happens, it starts affecting our well-being in a very subtle way and at a very small levels. Like it could start with bad sleep, with feeling fatigue, with having, irritation, being irritable, and then it becomes normalized. So we think that being stressed is normal. Moreover, in societies like ours, specifically in the South, we glorify the concept of sacrifice. So if I am overstressed, if I'm overstretched, okay, that shows that I'm a good person. But that at what price? At the price of my well-being. And those, burnouts is really the root cause of chronic pathologies. And if I were to ask any one of you here, if you do know one person, or if you have person around, in your family or around your friends that is not affected by one of those chronic pathologies like diabetes, like high blood pressure, like cancer, like now so many autoimmune disease,
yeah.
I'm sure everybody is going to raise his hand or her hand, and so it becomes the norm, and this shouldn't be the norm. So there is a real dichotomy between our lifestyle, the demands from our lifestyle, the demands from our type of work, and what our body and mind and well-being can deliver. So if we want to really build, models of governance that will approach in a holistic way the human being, there is no way we can bypass the psychological and the well-being approach. At least that's my take.
Yeah. Well, I totally agree, and I think governments have to implement this part into their, global policy, and more specifically in the corporate world, companies have to take into consideration the health and well-being of every single employee.
But so does the government. I mean, the government
Absolutely.
has to make it
Yep.
as a priority. I mean,
Yep.
we've just seen recently with the new government in France that the prime minister has taken mental health, has put mental health as the forefront of his program. And I think it's very important that here in the South, we don't keep mental health and burnout stigmatized, misunderstood, and where it's affecting everybody across culture and communities. And also go from an integrative approach, because every community, every traditional environment has its own way to deal with that.
True.
And we cannot just learn from others. We can also learn from ourselves and from our ancestors and traditions.
Well, let's hope today everyone has heard us and out loud, and we can consider mental health as being a strategy that needs to be implemented into new policies. Thank you, Dina. I'd like to, we talked about policy framework, about mental health. I'd like to now move to the practicalities of public-private collaboration and their role in achieving equity. And Mr. Wokowi, your work with minority entrepreneurs has demonstrated how innovation can be a vehicle for equity. If you can shed light on how can we better harness entrepreneurial and private sector innovation to address gaps in healthcare access, that would be my first question. And given the time, we'll see if I have another question for you. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm really happy to be here, and good morning. So my name is Jenny, and I'm the CEO and founder of Clafia, a health tech startup based in Nigeria. I think some of the ways that we can better harness entrepreneurial and private sector activity to encourage and address the gaps in the healthcare system that we experience in sub-Saharan Africa or in Africa as a whole is making sure that we are being intentional in how we are addressing the problems and how we're looking for the solutions, how we're addressing the problems, and the enabling environment. So for me and many people that I know, many minorities, many women that I know who are specifically building in the healthcare space are doing it for pure passion. Yes, there is money to be made, hopefully, but really it is for pure passion. And just speaking for me who is building in Nigeria, it's not the most encouraging thing as an entrepreneur, as a woman entrepreneur, to build in an environment where we are lacking critical infrastructure. So critical infrastructure such as like insurance, health insurance, proper health facilities, talent that is leaving our country and we don't have enough of that to begin with. And just the funding, right, that is needed to build these, like these tech solutions or build these facilities, right? We need to, and I think the government plays a critical role in ensuring that people who do want to build, people who are leaving their jobs or could be doing anything else, private sector who are willing to invest, I think the government also needs to play a role in that. For example, right, we started Clafia in 2021, and we started in a semi-rural area in Nigeria. We wanted to bring primary health care to people in the underserved communities. But we struggled a lot with infrastructure. We tried to build our first tech platform. It's a USSD-based platform that allowed us to reach our community without a smartphone and access to internet. But still, we still struggled with talent, right? So we had to use community health workers because we saw them as the pillar of primary health care in our communities. We struggled with costs. Being that there isn't insurance, right? A lot of our customers struggle to pay for our services, even though they were supported by donor organizations, right? At some point, if that money is no longer there, what happens, right? So we struggled with that. And we also struggled with distribution. A company like mine, let's say if I use, for example, United States, will distribute our services through health insurance. But in a country like Nigeria, where only 5% of the population have health insurance, how would I ensure that our services reach our target population? So we had to become creative, we had to adapt, and we basically created a financial product, a health savings account, where as very little that you're earning, that you can start saving, right, to help reduce that barrier of accessing healthcare. Cost is the #1 barrier of accessing healthcare. And so we created a financial product to reach our customers where they are. Our customers are conducting a lot of financial services on their banking apps every day. They're using their banking apps to pay for food, to pay for fuel, to pay for airtime, to pay for data. And we're just like, what if we created a financial product where our customers can also use the platforms that are already existing to access healthcare. So now on our platform, our customers can save, they can earn interest as well with the money that they're putting aside, and they can also access discounted health and wellness services all on one platform. And with that, we help our customers save over 40%, about 40% on their out-of-pocket spend. It also helps to solve for distribution, right? So now because we have a financial product, we can go through the banks, we can go through the telcos, and there's an example of M-Pesa and Mtiba Health in Kenya. It's a joint private-public partnership where using M-Pesa and Mtiba, customers can have a wallet that they can save and they can access healthcare through telcos. And we're trying to adapt and do the same thing in Nigeria. And then as far as mentorship is concerned,
Yep.
It's very important that we start to see more success stories, right? Particularly when it comes to women. When I look at, in the Nigerian ecosystem, when I look at the disparity when it comes to funding, right, there are a lot more women building healthcare startups in Nigeria, but our male counterparts have raised the most funding, $40 million, $30 million. I think maybe in Nigeria to date, there's only one healthcare startup that has raised over $1 million. And so as a woman and many women who are trying to build in this space, we need a lot of support. We need there's mentorship to play. That mentorship also plays a role. I'll give a short story. Last year, I got to a point where I was very tired. I was very fatigued. I was very burnt out, and I was considering, should I continue to build Clafia? Because I felt like I had tried everything I needed to build, to have this company be successful, but I had the opportunity to go to the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference in San Francisco earlier this year, and it's the largest healthcare conference in the world. And I got to see people who had built and who are continuing to build billion-dollar healthcare companies and how successful they were. And it helped me reinvigorate that spirit to continue to build. I got to see what I could be if I just continued to build, but also in the right circumstances, with the right support, with the right mentorship. So I took all of that and went back and, was re-inspired to build again. But that's just the importance of mentorship, right? And just, sometimes you can't be what you can't see.
Yeah.
And so we have to see more of those successful success stories and people paying back, right? I've built, I've done, and I'm also paving the way forward.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, that's very inspiring. That's very inspiring, and keep continuing what you're currently doing. I'm sure in your community, in your country, you're inspiring many other women. And I think when fatigue comes, you just need to come to Mrs. Dina, and she'll give you the advice you need to keep on continuing. And thank you for your thoughtful points. I'd like to turn now to Professor Arzadi. Professeur Arzadi, en tant que leader dans l'éducation médicale et l'innovation chirurgicale, comment aujourd'hui la recherche peut-elle être mieux intégrée au système de santé pour renforcer leur résilience face aux crises futures? Et si vous pouvez aussi partager avec nous des exemples issus de votre travail au Maroc. Et je sais que vous êtes une advocate de l'éducation, de la formation. Comment aujourd'hui, ou plutôt quel est le rôle que l'éducation et la formation jouent dans la pérennité et l'adoption généralisée de l'innovation? Je vous donne la parole. Merci.
Merci, Madame la Présidente de séance. Merci pour le public d'être ici. Comment parler d'un secteur aussi important, aussi complexe, aussi vital et aussi essentiel au développement des pays, développement économique. En si peu de temps, c'est un challenge pour parler de tout ce qui concerne ce secteur, mais pour dire aussi que la pire injustice, c'est d'être malade et de ne pas pouvoir être soigné. C'est la pire injustice, la pire inéquité. Le Covid, oui, il était là, il nous a réveillés, il a précipiter toutes les politiques dans le monde entier pour mettre en avant de meilleures gouvernances et surtout plus de budget pour les secteurs de santé, parce que jusque-là, c'était des parents pauvres, la santé. À Abuja, on s'était mis d'accord il y a un certain moment qu'il fallait un budget de 17% pour pouvoir avoir un développement du pays. Alors, c'est clair qu'il y a des îlots d'excellence un peu partout dans le continent. Je vais pas en parler, mais bon, il y en a beaucoup au Cameroun, un peu partout, au Sénégal. Mais je vais parler un peu de ce que je connais, là où je travaille, mon pays, le Maroc. Le Maroc qui vit en ce moment, qui a démarré une révolution du système de santé grâce à la vision de Sa Majesté le Roi, qui se met en place une réelle transformation, une réelle refonte des systèmes de santé en profondeur. Et pour aboutir à une généralisation de l'assurance maladie obligatoire pour tous et dans l'équité, un accès de soins pour tous. Donc pour cela, c'est énorme. Il faut, et on est en train de mettre en place, et beaucoup de choses se mettent en place pour réussir ce chantier royal. J'avais participé à l'élaboration de la feuille de route au niveau du nouveau modèle de développement pour mettre en place cette vision royale. Et il faudrait quand même noter, parce que très souvent on parle des choses qui ne vont pas, mais il faut quand même dire les choses qui vont, les excellences, les choses qui ont été mises en place. Il faut dire que le Maroc est champion dans la vaccination. On vaccine pratiquement 98% de nos enfants. Et c'est un exploit. Et il faut dire que la mortalité maternelle a beaucoup baissé, drastiquement baissé, grâce à beaucoup d'efforts derrière. L'industrie pharmaceutique est un fleuron au Maroc. Depuis les années 60, juste après la décolonisation, l'industrie pharmaceutique, pour justement une souveraineté sanitaire du pays, a été mise en place. On a plus de 50 laboratoires pharmaceutiques dans le pays, on exporte plus de 17% de notre production pharmaceutique, et ce qui, si ma mémoire est bonne, ce qui constitue à peu près 2 milliards de dollars, ce qui pèse dans la balance financière du Maroc. Donc il y a des choses qui sont faites, sans oublier aussi cette importante vision royale par rapport à la construction de cette usine de fabrication de vaccins qui a été décidée juste après le Covid, en pleine crise de Covid, pour pouvoir alimenter tout le continent, justement pour cette souveraineté sanitaire. Le secteur public, on en a parlé, mais le secteur privé prend une dimension très importante. C'est vraiment un fer de lance des systèmes de santé au Maroc, avec pour exemple, la clinique où je travaille, il y a eu le premier appareil mondial de radiothérapie de ce type qui est arrivé dans cette clinique. J'en passe beaucoup d'autres avancées au Maroc, mais évidemment qu'il y a des faiblesses. Bon, ça ne s'arrête jamais, les systèmes de santé sont toujours mis à l'épreuve pour s'améliorer. Dans un contexte mondial, dans une mondialisation de la santé, et on sait combien l'influence et le leadership de la santé, aujourd'hui on l'a vu avec le Covid, est quelque chose d'important, le leadership, on l'a vu avec la Chine, avec d'autres pays. Cette mondialisation des maladies qui n'ont plus de frontières, la mondialisation des soins, on cherche toujours là où il y a les meilleurs soins pour aller les trouver, la mondialisation des ressources humaines, et c'est là le point faible, que je reviendrai dessus, parce qu'aujourd'hui, les ressources humaines et les meilleures sont aspirées vers le nord, parce qu'il y a plus d'incitation, parce qu'il y a meilleures conditions de travail, meilleur environnement. Il y a une concurrence que je dirais même féroce par rapport dans un secteur où le droit à la santé est très important. Il y a une concurrence de ces ressources humaines, des médicaments, des soins. Il y a une concurrence importante parce que le secteur, c'est une manne financière très importante, plus de 1 800 milliards de dollars. Donc dans ce contexte-là, l'Afrique reste un petit peu... Bon, il y a de l'excellence un peu partout, mais il n'y a pas un accès pour tout le monde, et reste un peu à la traîne avec ces 3%. 3% de ressources humaines, 3% de production pharmaceutique, de médicaments, et 3% de recherche. Donc il va falloir ces 3% les élever pour que l'Afrique s'élève au rang des grandes nations par des volontés politiques pour des systèmes résilients. Et 3 domaines, je voudrais quand même 3 domaines, il y en a beaucoup, hein. Le digital, je vous en parlerai, mais c'est un facilitateur qui va permettre de gagner du temps et de l'argent, mais 3 domaines, 3 points sur lesquels j'insiste. On a beaucoup travaillé sur ça. Les ressources humaines, la prévention et la recherche. Je dis un mot sur chacun. Les ressources humaines, c'est fondamental, c'est le socle de tout système de santé, dans leur formation, et on voit que la formation doit absolument s'adapter aux nouvelles maladies, aux nouvelles technologies. Donc tous les programmes universitaires sont à revoir un peu partout. Des ressources humaines bien avec une formation continue, parce qu'on sait que l'innovation ne s'arrête pas. Chaque 3 jours, il y a une innovation dans le monde en santé. Donc, il faut rester en formation continue pour pouvoir être à jour et pour pouvoir donner les meilleurs soins. Un médecin qui passe à côté d'un diagnostic, c'est une vie humaine, c'est une complication, c'est une finance et c'est des systèmes de santé qui peuvent se mettre en faillite, parce que le plus important, c'est quand même une balance financière des systèmes de santé. Donc les ressources humaines bien formées, et bien formées aussi par rapport à la recherche, puisque c'est le troisième point. La prévention est très, 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 très importante. J'insiste beaucoup, ça a été mon cheval, c'est mon cheval de bataille depuis plus d'une vingtaine d'années, puisque j'ai fondé l'association marocaine de lutte contre le cancer du sein. Et là, je rejoins la santé de la femme qui est fondamentale, la femme noyau de la société, noyau de la famille, et qui a ses spécificités par rapport à sa santé. On ne peut plus tolérer au XXIe siècle une mort la femme qui donne la vie et qui perd la sienne. Donc la prévention, et pratiquement jusque-là, les politiques ne s'intéressent pas à cela parce qu'on pense que ce n'est pas trop rentable, alors que si vous investissez $7, vous pouvez la récupérer à $150 000. Je pense à ce fameux cancer qui est ma spécialité, qui est en train d'exploser dans le monde et qui a un coût énorme. Et c'est un réel tsunami qui arrive et qu'il va falloir absolument limiter par la prévention, qui peut aller à limiter jusqu'à 40% des cas.
Professeur Arzadi, je vais vous demander de résumer.
Des dépenses. J'insiste parce que la prévention, il faut que ça soit une culture chez nous. Le troisième point qui est la recherche. Alors là, la recherche, il y a deux types de recherche, il faut le savoir. Il y a cette recherche sur laquelle on rêve tous et à laquelle qui nous vient à l'esprit, qui est coûteuse, c'est la biomédicale, qui transforme le monde, mais qui est très coûteuse. Mais il y a aussi une recherche beaucoup plus modeste, moins coûteuse, organisationnelle, opérationnelle, que l'on devrait mettre en place dans nos systèmes de santé en Afrique et qui va nous permettre de faire moins de dépenses et avoir de meilleurs systèmes de santé.
Je vous remercie
infiniment. Il y a tellement de choses à dire.
Il nous aurait fallu encore beaucoup plus de temps, mais au vu du temps imparti, en tout cas, je vous remercie pour ces points et je retiens aujourd'hui que les ressources humaines, la prévention et la recherche sont des facteurs clés aujourd'hui pour une meilleure santé universelle. Je me retourne vers Mr. Benhouda. And I hope you'll have enough time to just speak about a few items where you're an expert. You work in supply chain innovation, and today, what are the strategies that can ensure, if you talk about the local production of medicine and medical equipment, as well as the supply chain management or optimization in reducing production cost? If you could just give us some lights about this. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Zainab. So, in my opinion, we have, if we are thinking about the key strategies of securing the right medicines, drugs, and the medical equipment, and to make it affordable to, let's say, underserved areas or in general for the population, I think the first and the key one is the PPP, the private-public partnerships. So through this mechanism, we can secure lots of initiatives and make it scalable at the level of the countries. So the public and private partnerships is a key, is a must as a first strategy, I think, to make those drugs, medicines accessible and affordable for the population. The second topic I will say is the incentives, especially if we are talking about the local manufacturing, either for a vaccination, drugs, the putting and giving away such of incentives to those industries who are taking the risk and investing into manufacturing locally, such a vital thing for the population. It deserves a kind of incentives and kinds of support to move forward with those industries who are taking the risk in this area. The third one is, I will say, the business model. We have to be really flexible in terms of the business models that we are applying, either through the B2C, directly to the patients, or even between the government and between the companies. And I will even cover the full value chain. For example, even when we are implementing vaccination, for example, production line, we can open the discussion about the licensing model. So this is as well one of the strategies to make those products accessible. When we are discussing and negotiating for a specific technology transfer of a vaccine or of a drug, we can think about alternatives models and try to make this one-shot investments flexible and the more affordable for the investors. I think this is the three key strategies to make either the medical equipment or the pharmacies accessible.
Well, thank you very much for being so concise and consolidating, the discussion. Thank you very much to you all. Thank you for all our panelists. I think we arrived at the end of our panel. We had maybe a few questions from the audience that anyone would like to ask to our panelists.
Oui, bonjour. Merci pour les panélistes pour cette, la santé. La santé, c'est vraiment très important. Mais je voudrais savoir, on n'a pas parlé, des médicaments qu'on vend en Afrique, dans la rue, et aussi par Internet. Je voudrais savoir s'il y a quelqu'un parmi les panélistes de nous parler de ça, parce qu'il faut vraiment sensibiliser les gouvernements, les États, parce que ces médicaments, on vend des médicaments qui sont périmés et que les gens vraiment prennent ça parce qu'ils n'ont pas d'argent, ils sont dans la précarité et ils ont besoin de médicaments. Et ils achètent ça partout en Afrique, que j'ai vu bien sûr moi-même, et je me disais mais comment ça se fait qu'on vend des médicaments au niveau de la rue et aussi par Internet? Est-ce qu'il y a des contrôles au niveau de l'Internet pour arrêter ce flot qui est vraiment que les gens achètent par Internet et des compléments alimentaires, des médicaments pour maigrir, pas mal de choses. Je ne sais pas s'il y a des gens pour interdire tout ça. Est-ce qu'il y a...
Je vous remercie pour votre question qui est très, très pertinente. Et qui voudrait prendre la parole pour répondre à cette question?
Oui, merci Fouzia pour cette importante question. Il faut savoir qu'il y a la création dernièrement de l'agence de médicaments africaine qui va réguler tout ça pour qu'on ait moins de soucis. On sait que le faux médicament ronge notre continent et fait beaucoup de dégâts et de morts. Je voudrais saisir l'occasion pour remercier la presse qui a un rôle important pour la prévention. Je voudrais aussi annoncer le travail de la recherche adaptée pour l'Afrique au niveau de l'Académie africaine des sciences et de santé. Voilà.
Je vous remercie. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres questions?
En tout cas, merci les panélistes. Tout ce que vous avez exposé, c'est des choses que nous devrons quand même mieux connaître. Parce qu'un des problèmes qui se pose, merci madame d'avoir parlé de la presse. Parce qu'il faut que la presse soit une presse positive. Parler des success stories, de ce qui se passe en Afrique. En Afrique, il n'y a plus que des problèmes. Il y a aussi des solutions. Donc aujourd'hui, l'exemple de madame, j'ai oublié votre nom, la nigérienne, je crois que, est-ce qu'à partir de votre expérience, comment vous pouvez développer toute une synergie au niveau du continent? Parce qu'un des problèmes qui se pose, c'est qu'il y a beaucoup de choses qui se font au niveau du continent, de réussite, de succès, d'innovation, mais le problème, c'est qu'on a une presse qui n'en parle pas. On parle que des problèmes. Or, le continent, ce que je vis au Maroc depuis 5 ans que je suis là, je crois qu'il y a des choses à dire. Donc, comment développer toute une presse de solutions qui parlera des innovations, qui parlera de synergie, pour qu'on puisse aujourd'hui transformer ce continent qui est en pleine transformation, mais qu'on ignore ce qui est en train de se passer. Merci.
The question is addressed to you.
Yes, thank you. I think one of the ways that we can if I'm thinking about how we can scale our solution across the African continent, it's going to take two things. One, regulation as it pertains to policies to even register a business. Let's say if I was going to expand to Kenya, right? What does it look like for me to register my business in Kenya? And just providing creating enabling environments for entrepreneurs and policies to scale. Because there are 54 countries on the African continent, right? 54 different entities that have different regulations, that have different policies, that have just different requirements on how a business like me that is trying to operate on the African continent could scale into like a Kenya or into like a Ghana, for example. And I think just coming together and working together and just creating those policies that enable us to do so. If I think of like the European Union, right, it's very easy for startups to scale into different European countries because they have that foundation, they have the infrastructure, they have those policies in place that enable them to do trade easily, to register their businesses, to get the licensing they need. At some point, we're going to need licensing to do banking, right? What does that look like for a company like me to do that in a South Africa, for example, or in Morocco, right? And will I have, what kind of barriers will I face? There have been, the bigger startups, let's use Flutterwave, for example, who tried to scale to Kenya and could not do so because of licensing. But they went to the United States and it was very easy for them to get a license, and now they're doing remittances. So I think those are the things that we should consider. Instead of looking at Africa as a continent with 54 different entities or countries, right? Even though we are, that's who we are, how can we just create those enabling policies and environment for us to easily scale into our countries, to do business better, and to also serve the people that we want to serve in those countries? Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Corsi? So maybe I'll address Dr. Lusa. Oh, the mic is not working. So I guess we have, but we have to close up this panel. Thank you.
I just wanted to highlight that to his point about positive press. To his point about positive press, there are new mechanisms. Thank you. Oh, sorry. So there are new mechanisms for sharing positive news. Personally, I have a podcast called the Africa Biotech Conversations podcast, where I've featured over 40 stories of founders from all across the continent that are doing biotech innovations in all fields, whether it's pharma, agri, or in health and medical devices. So I think it's also a matter of finding new ways to engage the public. And for the old or former, I don't know how to call it, press to join the new mechanisms of engagement, because again, we want to keep our youth, the youth that are coming up, involved and interested in driving innovation in health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lusa. Given the short time, we were asked to close the panel. Thank you all for attending this panel about the discussion about investing in health. Hope you get great insights from our expert. Thank you to our panelists as well, and hope you enjoy the rest of the Med Days. Thanks a lot.
that would be like trying to predict a very unknown future here. I think the European Union is at a moment where I was in Brussels a couple of weeks ago in a meeting with several other think tanks around the world, and there was a lot of talk about the European Union. There's a lot of talk about how China is perceived as a big threat, and we don't like China. That's basically the not interlined message, the direct message. And let's see what happens with the United States, and not a single word about Latin America, Southeast Asia, or Africa. And I think that says a lot to going back to the main title of this panel, the future of world trade. I think we are at a stage where we have to seriously think about the stability of the trading system as such in the future. We are all immersed in this geopolitical trade war, you name it, securitization of trade, nearshoring, reshoring, friendshoring, whatever shoring you want to think of. But at the end of the day, and the truth is that it's just the two big powers that are playing, and whoever's been involved in multilateral negotiations in the last couple of years, I used to be Undersecretary for Negotiations at Foreign Affairs, and when you're a G20, when you're a WTO, any negotiations, it all boils down to whatever the US and China want to do. And there's absolute no recognition that there's a different world, a world that is hoping to develop, to be taken into account. And I think that's the most worrying thing, to realize that the current architecture, financial architecture, commercial architecture, all the Bretton Woods institutions and the multilateralism we all, for the last couple of years, have saying, oh, is it working, is it transforming? Is only benefiting the architects of those institutions. And we all need to think very hard about what to do.
Okay, as you know, being from Morocco, I did mention an earlier example of, for example, having a supply chain for building wind turbines, and we had the blade manufacturer, European blade manufacturer in Tangier that has set up a factory asking that there'd be a market of at least 1 gigawatt of wind, and they will set up the factory. So once this market was provided, the factory was set up, and once the market was delivered, the factory closed. A few months later, we have a Chinese operator who sets up a factory. Instead of 700 jobs, we're talking about 3,000 jobs, and doesn't even ask for a market locally because it's part of a regional supply chain. And so, as we mentioned, the elephant in the room, the question arises, and this question will be addressed to you, Niklas. What can China do to address the Global South's preoccupation in trying to capture some of those supply chains in delivering a trade that can increase the value and the economic benefits for the countries that are concerned?
Well, I think China is already capturing all the supply chains, especially when it comes to green technology. In the case of Europe, we're fundamentally dependent on China when it comes to green development and green technology, and this is a concern. And I think the same would also be maybe for Africa and Morocco, when you have a domination of China coming in, and I belong to the much more critical, and I think we have to be realistic about this and China's role. Domination is always dangerous. So I think that what is important now when it comes to Africa and Morocco is not to be dependent on one supplier when it comes to supply chain. It's the diversification that is important. And I think and I hope Europe will be tougher on China and Chinese companies, not because China is particularly dangerous, but more because we should not depend on one supplier. China has weaponized its trade and supply chain, and as being a Swede, we have encountered this immensely. Lithuania has done similarly. So I think for Africa, it's important now when China moves in and promises very good deals to ensure that diversification is present. And also maybe, to be a bit realistic here, China's economy is running into deep problems. So the 3,000 jobs can very quickly be a Volkswagen solution down to zero again. So again, diversification.
So Volkswagen solution, I pick your lead on it. We have another example. I come up with examples in Morocco just to show you what we have recently witnessed. A Chinese factory of battery, a gigafactory is being built in Morocco. So this will enable all of our automobile sector to increase in local job contents and in technology because we're in electromobility. And this is a huge $7 billion investment made by a Chinese company that is actually owned by Volkswagen, European company. And so what we are seeing here is a dynamic where actually European players uses China to set up a factory in Morocco to serve European markets. And this is why I'd like to address this question to Peter. How do you see actually the European Union's dynamic with China, where you realize you have, on one hand, the United States that starts to mentioning tariffs and questioning basic free trade agreements, and Europe, vulnerable already geopolitically, strategically, or almost defense with its problem with Russia and Ukraine war, relying heavily on US protection, and the dimension of hedging bets with China. And also, as we have Niklas from Sweden, we also realize that whenever you have a conflict with China, European Union tends to shy away to try to be supportive of every individual state in the European Union in conflicts with China. So what is the willingness, actually, of the European Union to have a consistent trade policy in trying to support individual member states of the EU and try to set up a union strategy to try to adjust to this unprecedented dynamic?
Well, thank you very much for this kind invitation. Well, the issue of weaponization and sex irritation has already been mentioned, and this is unfortunately, for the moment, a very dominant narrative inside the European Union. And in addition to that, Europe is undergoing a double transformation as we see it. It's the digitalization and the green transition. So European economies and the regulatory framework is very much under stress, and it has huge implications, of course, for our foreign relations. We have developed instruments in terms of anti-coercion, for example. Niklas already touched upon that issue. So I think from the side of the European Union, the framework is quite coherent. The problem is indeed the relationship between the Union and individual member states with their own interests. And of course, another issue, and you mentioned that already, is the system of trade relations we have established, or tried at least to establish. That's the problem if you have only one tool at hand, I mean the European Union, with which you have full competences. Any other things are still very much nationalized. That means you put everything into the trade dimensions, and this often serves as a one-catch-all approach, leading to, well, unpleasant consequences in terms of, for example, Mercosur, where I fully agree that we will not see any substantial progress because majorities, political majorities in Europe have dramatically changed. So we see a wave of populism, of nationalism that is very much against the idea, also you mentioned, of a single market, of an open market. That was always the brand of the European Union. Unfortunately, we are rather moving away from that. And China is only one of the factors, by the way, who played into this issue. And, of course, we cannot forget that we have two levels of conflict. It's the trade-related issues, which we might solve with established programs, but we have the systemic conflict on the top level. And unless we are not able to address it in a different way, we will not be able. And the weakening of international institutions have already been mentioned. That's the immediate result of this systemic conflict.
But we've seen, actually, Europe weakened even on trade issues. I did mention the issue with Sweden, but I can also mention the issue with, for example, Spain. When Algeria decided to cut gas flowing through Morocco to Spain, Europe did not move a finger, and we're talking about energy security. So you got sovereign dimensions within the EU, and you got the EU bloc not being able to negotiate or protect its interests against...
This observation absolutely correct. There's a lot of frictions inside, and well, China is the other big example, and my own home country, Germany, is unfortunately the worst case in this respect. I don't see any change, unfortunately, in this kind of dynamic. Yes, we have, as I mentioned, created a bigger coherence, and the new Commission is absolutely crucial about, but as long as there is no real change also in internal mechanisms of decision-making, I am very much afraid that we will see this experience continuing.
So we can see, I guess, the light outside of the tunnel, because this represents some openings, actually, with respect to global commerce configurations. And I'll turn back to Anna about actually US foreign trade relations and the personality of the upcoming president, where we're talking about the deal maker. What is, you believe, in your mind, the margin of maneuvers of countries to try to negotiate some privy access to US trade in the configuration and in the particular personality of Donald Trump? Morocco is a good example of it, and I'd like to see how that can be used by, first of all, leveraged by Morocco and other countries alike. In other words, having countries that the US deems has strategic importance and is using them as a leverage in using also the trade opportunity for the US economy.
So, you know, first of all, it's very difficult to predict exactly what will work with Donald Trump. Yes, he's a deal maker, and I think there's opportunity there because he's a deal maker, but you know, everyone who says they know what he's going to do is lying, because the reality is that he intentionally creates situations where it's difficult to know what he's going to do, and he surrounds himself with advisors that have very different, in fact, conflicting opinions on things, including trade, as part of his strategy to make it difficult to predict what he's going to do. So let me preface my answer with that. That aside, I think, you know, there's a reality that the United States, although the United States does not want to be as dependent on China as it has been, and so there is a significant effort by White House administrations as well as by Congress to create policies that will force diversification of supply chains. It is impossible for the United States to be completely self-reliant in the near term, even if that is what they wanted to do. Imports are critical, and so one of the things that we've seen is manufacturing and processing of a whole variety of goods has moved out of China increasingly and to third countries, but still with Chinese players involved in order to serve the US market, but also abide by the rule that it not be coming from China. I think that this is something that African countries can try to take advantage of in terms of pushing China to provide the kind of infrastructure and investment in manufacturing that would allow African countries to move up the value chain so that they're not simply providing commodities like critical minerals in their raw material form, but they're providing processed critical minerals.
And I believe this would serve U.S. strategic interests in having a more inclusive trade and supporting the development of emerging nations in a global trade scheme. So I would hope that then those that have free trade agreements with the United States, like Morocco, won't be penalized if there is Chinese manufacturing in Morocco destined to the U.S. market. So I'd like to address this question to Nicholas. How do you foresee China addressing its, trying to develop hybrid solutions to its confrontation to the U.S. in its supply chain and in trying to project its trade lifeline in the future with the current administration, the upcoming administration in the U.S.?
Well, I think actually the upcoming U.S. administration is China's best solution. But of course, that forces a lot of us to rethink if the United States will now implement 20 or 30% tariffs on things. Can we afford to exclude China? Is China the alternative to the United States? I personally think that this is a short-sighted solution, but I think a lot of Europeans and other states will have to start considering China as an alternative. But I also see that China has, of course, they have strengthened their own domestic market to a large extent. They have built their own alliances, sort of smaller alliances like BRICS. The Belt and Road Initiative plays a role, but also bilateral agreements. So China has actually been preparing quite effectively for this. So from a Chinese point of view, this development might actually not be that terrible. And actually looking at the reactions internationally, China might actually be a winner coming out of this. Because let's be honest here, if United States closes for business, China will remain open. And especially also if Europe, as was pointing out, I mean, we're also closing a bit for our business. And we need to change that. I mean, I think that's a terrible development. But from China's point of view, this might actually not be a terrible 4 years.
Okay, thank you. We see inroads of China into, I guess, a continent where the United States was largely dominating and was almost considering as its backyard region. And I'm referring to Xi Jinping's recent visit to Peru, where actually a major trade hub was inaugurated during this occasion, a stopover on the way to Lima in the Canary Islands on the way up, avoiding the Pacific, where China realizes it may be physically vulnerable in overflying an area that is dominated by the US. And on the way back, a stopover in Casablanca, a testing of actually, as both Canary Island and Morocco, we're talking about Morocco and Spain and China. And we can see also in the automobile sector, you know, the Germans and the Spanish criticizing European decision to put tariffs on EV imported from China. So how do you see the impact of China on the Latin American continent in the near future?
How many hours have I got? China over the last 20 years has become very important in Latin America, not only because China has been growing and demanding our raw materials, and we've been buying more important things from China, but also it happens at a time when the US clearly withdrew from the region, and with the pivot to Asia strategy and so on, and also within Latin America, we had governments that were more left-wing or more inclined to look at China. So all those factors together made a lot of room for China. And China has become a very solid, trustworthy partner of most countries in Latin America. Our relationship is structural. However, having said that, we are still navigating between the United States and China. And the worrisome is that we constantly feel the pressure of having to choose between one or the other. Having said that, there's only one side that makes claims when we get closer to the other side, and you can guess who that is. It's not China, definitely. And this going back to the bigger picture again, because since I'm the only one from the global south in the panel, I'm obliged to say this. I don't think it's fair for developing countries to have to be choosing permanently between the United States and China. They have this geopolitical war to see who's bigger, who's better, who's more modern. We just want to develop, and we don't want to be stuck in the middle having to choose between one and the other. And I think the only solution for that, and as mentioned in my previous intervention, is to have another good look at the international structure and the international institutions. It can't be possible that still these days you go to WTO and there are negotiations pending, for instance, on agricultural issues that would help developing countries, and we keep bringing up new topics that are only for developing countries. I'm not saying, for instance, there's no need to talk about digital governance. It's fine, we need to talk about digital governance, but half of the world doesn't even have access to electricity or to digitalization. So it's again building new architecture that will only benefit the architects of that?
Definitely, architecture and also infrastructure, where China is obviously very much involved in the global south in building the needed infrastructure for improving the trades and the exchange of goods from the global south in the global south. And I'd like to address Paola. We have seen actually, you know, with the recent COVID crisis, the US raised significantly its interest rates, and back then the fear was, okay, the debt of the global south, the servicing of the debt will become unsustainable, and you know, you had lots of doomsday predictions. And then we realized that actually we live in another different world than in the 80s, because most of the trade, if you look at Africa, Morocco is the only country pretty much that has not China as its main trade partner on the balance. So that's also indicative of the rise of China in the global south. And and the COVID crisis showed that actually the debt and the trade deficits were mostly with China, which could be dealt outside of dollar channels. So I know you are focused on also capital markets and the importance of debt, and how do you see actually this evolution of China into the global south, and actually the future of the dollar as an exchange currency and as a reserve currency?
Let me start to answer your last question. So the future of the dollar is actually dependent on trade, and the dollar is the currency that is used to invoice and settle international trade. So until the majority, and I'm talking about 80% of international trade is settled and invoiced in dollars, this is a known question. Now, let me go back to try to also frame our discussion in some way, like what is the importance of international trade? When we talk about free trade or low tariff trade, what is at stake? So just to clarify, countries can trade with each other with tariff. That hasn't, obviously tariffs create barriers and creates a lot of constraints. So the idea, which actually has been driven, if you like, the global economic order, as some of my international relation colleagues will call, since the end of the Second World War, is the idea that international trade can create benefits and can help countries to develop and to grow their economies. And the idea is that by removing tariff, so we trade zero tariff or with low tariffs, that means we create a more efficient system, we remove many of the costs, and we allow countries to integrate with each other. And so basically exploiting their best, where they're at best. So using their capacity to build and be able to expand in larger markets. So have not just the domestic market, but looking at larger markets. That is the idea behind international trade. So obviously there are costs and benefits. When Carola was talking about Mercosur and the EU, of course there are some industries that will be affected. So for example, the Polish farmers are very much against this Mercosur agreement because they are the largest exporters of poultry in Europe. And obviously they don't want the competition from Mercosur. And obviously there are things. So now there are costs and benefits and costs. We know that internationally, over the last 30 years, countries actually got better. In particular developing countries, made big progress thanks to international trade. You mentioned the interest rates. Actually, up to 2022, we lived in a period of low prices. And one of the reasons prices were low, inflation was low, was because we could get access to goods that used to cost much more. Think about all the electronic goods. Think about a lot of low value goods like garments and designer fashion stuff. So this really is very important. A big element of this development was China. China joined the WTO, the World Trade Organization, in 2001. It was a big thing at the time. Now, there is a big difference. At the time, China used to export low-value goods, Christmas trees to the United States. Now, I think President Trump doesn't have any objection to Christmas tree arriving from China into the US market. But then China developed as an economy, as a country and as an economy, and move up, as we say, on the value chain. Now China has very clear competitive advantages in telecommunication, fintech, all the green industry. It has the advantage of having invested in innovation, so being ahead of the innovation curve. It also has the advantage of having access to some critical raw materials that are critical for the development of what we call future industries, or not so future because they're already here. That poses a problem, in particular for the advanced economies, because now China is a competitor and a rival. And that's where we go down to the geopolitics for the international relations people, and not only for them, is now China poses a competitive in economic terms, but also is a rival in strategic terms in critical industries. And that's what is the problem we are facing now, right?
A systemic rival. And that begs the question to both the US and Europe. Precisely, Europe is developing CBAM mechanism, carbon adjustment border mechanisms, and the US environmental dimension on manufacturing is also being questioned by the upcoming administration. So before opening the floor to the audience, I'd like to have a take on, first of all, the United States. How do you foresee actually the environmental and sustainable dimension of manufacturing being integrated in the upcoming administration? And what is Europe likely to do in response? Because Europe has a policy of moving towards that direction. So Anna, the floor is yours, and Peter, you're next.
Well, President-elect Trump has said that he thinks that it is a waste of US resources to be investing in green energy technologies. He wants to focus on exploiting US oil and gas reserves. So I think that what we will see first and foremost is an effort to do more drilling and extraction of American oil and gas reserves and use that to boost the economy domestically. But at the end of the day, there are a lot of significant American companies that are not thinking in terms of just, the domestic economy and what President-elect Trump wants. They're thinking about being globally competitive, and that means that they have to do things like start to produce competitive electric vehicles. And so I think that is going to continue to be a focus of the private sector, even if it is not a focus of the Trump administration.
Okay, so who's going to be the winner in the end? Those that manufacture sustainably, or those that exploit as much as possible the ongoing status quo?
Well, I think the train is set indeed in this transformation issue. There's no doubt on any political parties to leave. We have a discussion on regulatory issues. I think there's too much burden on European entrepreneurship. That is a big difference to the United States and even to China. I'm much more concerned first that we had not established enough channels of communication with the United States. There was not much progress over the last 5 years, for example. Now we are very much surprised that we have no partners to speak with. I'm much more concerned about issues such as CBAM, for example, this carbon border adjustment mechanism, or the supply chain regulations which now come into terms. That might be totally contradictory also to the development options of your region here, for example. So we should invest much more in the upgrading of your economies to meet the standards, for example, before introducing these kinds of issues. Otherwise, we go back to a new era of protectionism, and that would be the worst. I can see, and Paolo, you mentioned this trap we are probably falling in Europe, what we call now mid-industry trap, and mid-income trap had been a long discussion. We have neither managed to go into this digital area fully and exploiting the advantages, nor have we the advantage of have low costs, for example. So we are really caught in a very unpleasant situation for the moment. I hope we will be able to break out of this cage.
Okay, there are also some leads, obviously, from the CBAM mechanism that the tax can actually be reinvested in the countries to manufacture more green.
But that was not communicated in the way it was put out simply, and now wherever I go, I see this point as the first, oh, you are closing your markets against intentions to open and to contribute to development.
Okay, because we in Morocco are welcoming these developments because it provides us with an opportunity to green our electricity production. Please.
Just to add to Peter, actually the European Union protects its market, right? The European Union is a free trade bloc for those who are members of the EU. Outside, obviously, protect its market for many different reasons. And obviously now there is this critical and strategic discussion about how can the European Union respond to the challenges that come in the new industries. So that is something that we need to bear in mind. It's not like the EU is just an open place for everybody. And a lot of countries are very aware of the trade policies of the European Union, as you know, Argentina is one of those.
Absolutely, and we see also...
The other thing is about China and the supply chain. Now, China has a big problem. China is a country, and you probably are aware, the economy is actually slowing down significantly. They face, and there is a very, very active and concerned debate in China about the current trade policies of the EU and the United States, because that affects the Chinese economic growth. And China now has an excess capacity. That means they produce more than they can absorb, or they can be absorbed by the external markets. That's why trade is so critical to China at the moment.
Yes, and the Global South is likely to be the main market for Chinese goods. With those words, we have 15 minutes to questions to you. Please raise your hand and the microphone will come. So I have 2 questions in the front. Est-ce qu'on pourrait avoir un microphone devant, s'il vous plaît? And please try to be concise and ask a question to make sure we can address it.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to thank the panelists for their useful insights on the subject, but I would like to ask them if they see any role for BRICS in this general picture.
Okay, thank you very much. The role of BRICS, who would like to address this issue? BRICS, the role of BRICS.
Well, as I mentioned before, I think the biggest challenge for developing countries today is being torn between the US and China. I think BRICS is a good place, although when we talk about BRICS, BRICS plus, we don't know which BRICS we're talking about. I think if China is there, it's a bit more complicated because it doesn't represent these countries that are torn between one or the other, but I think it's a really good space where these countries can meet up. But more than BRICS, I think what the concept that's very interesting, that's been talked much about recently, is this of the swing state countries, similar to what the United States swing countries in elections. There are 6 countries that are sort of middle countries, and that they have been navigating this balance between the United States and China quite well, and those are Brazil, Turkey, Indonesia, India, forgetting Saudi Arabia, and I'm forgetting one. I'll come back to it probably. And I think it's those countries and other countries as well that can actually make a big change, because we need when we talk about the Global South is a very emotional phrase, but pragmatically, at the end of the day, doesn't mean anything, because we have so many, our voice is atomized. What we need in the global South countries is to have just one voice, and that's very, very difficult. But if we get the middle countries that have certain negotiating power, and they're seated at either BRICS, G20, or any place where we can make a difference, I think that will be the start of this transforming the multilateral institutions that I mentioned.
Okay, so I guess we can see populism as well we can see populism in trade alliances with the countries in the South that wish to express their disagreement with the way the world is run, and the rise of BRICS as an alternative to the status quo.
I don't think it's populism at all, actually. It's the reality.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean it's populism.
No, I meant, I meant to highlight the surprises we get in systems where obviously constituents, in the case of a country.
Even Argentina's president, who defines himself as a libertarian anarcho-capitalist, has mentioned this, which I not necessarily agree with a lot of things he says, but he stood up at the UN and mentioned that the multilateral system is not working, and he's definitely not a populist. So.
Yeah, okay. We got the question in front. You still want to ask a question? Please raise your hand so that the microphone can come to you. Un microphone devant, s'il vous plaît.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay, you will be next. Please go ahead.
Talking about economic alliances and the American investments in Africa, can we expect that these investments will benefit both parties? When we talk about the re-election of Trump and his famous sayings, America first or make America great again. Thank you.
So what was the question precisely?
Will the American investments actually benefit both parties, Africa and the United States, with the re-election of Donald Trump?
Okay, so that is a question to Anna.
So I understand the fear there that you've got a leader who's talking about America first as if only America matters. But I think that at the end of the day, pragmatically speaking, every country is primarily concerned with its own interests, its own economy. So the question is not, is this leader going to be generous or not? Is this leader going to be amenable to cooperation, win-win cooperation or not? The question is, how do you leverage what that country's needs are to your benefit? And I think that's really the question that that countries in Africa have to think about in the context of their relationships, both with the United States and China, and the EU.
Okay, thank you very much. Alors, the microphone in the front, please. Le micro, s'il vous plaît. On a besoin d'un micro devant. Et essayez de le passer. Bon, passez-le comme ça. Oui, on va passer par là. Prenez le micro et donnez-le à votre voisin, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Allez-y, je vous en prie.
Bonjour. Thank you. Trade wars and economic alliances, the future of global treaties. I think that Morocco has answered to this question, I think by the 6 November 2023, when the king announces this Atlantic African vision that engaged Morocco. And it will be very profitable if we can receive from the panelists how they see it. This, we don't name it a trade war, but a trade alliance among these 23 Atlantic countries.
Okay, so it's basically the reaction of countries in the south to pull in regional blocks to try to share infrastructures and develop a block approach to trade. Who would like to address this issue? We have, for example, in Africa, many landlocked countries in the Sahel that need an access to the Atlantic. And so the idea that His Majesty came up with a year ago is to say, okay, we're going to have an Atlantic initiative that is also backed by other infrastructure projects ongoing in the energy and port sectors mostly, to try to open up new possibilities, essentially for landlocked countries. And I've had a panel on maritime sovereignty, and it's extremely well appreciated by the countries concerned. Who would like to address this question?
So maybe just a short thought on that. These are one of the projects Europe is totally blind on. We have very punctual interventions. We need energy, then we grab the next fruit, low-hanging fruit, but we hardly have an understanding how, for example, the idea of corridors can benefit also to us, be it energy, be it digital lines. We in Europe itself, ourselves have experience in corridor building and underinvested, by the way. So extending these ideas is a perfect issue, and these are fruits indeed which are ahead of our doors. Why not grabbing it? I will never understand why we are so blind on that.
Okay, great. Next question, please.
Thank you for your interventions. My question was actually about Africa, but it has already been taken. So I want to have a more global vision on why the geopolitical scene always have this bipolarity between China and USA. We hear this since Cold War, and it seems like Cold War never ended. And also, does Africa have the potential to have a place, an important place in this bipolarity? Thank you.
Thank you very much. A global war and China and Africa, I mean, we have to acknowledge that Africa's development and has largely benefited from the rise of China. And I'd like you, Nicholas, to address this question.
Well, absolutely. Well, that connects actually to the regional trade agreement. So we do have the conflict between US-China, decoupling and conflict, but then we also see a multitude of unilaterals that is developing. And in Asia, we have RCEP, which is 15 economies going together. We see similar tendency. But then speaking of Africa as well, I mean, Africa is a big region. It's not a single Africa. It's extremely diverse. And I think it's important to hold that too, because there are parts of Africa that is more connected to Europe. There are parts of Africa that is more connected to China, and vice versa. So this is a very diverse region. But I do see quite a lot of potential, because we tend to focus on the geopolitical conflict between the US. We tend to look at the unilaterals that are forming. Europe has its own climate focus when it comes to trade. But then we also have network solutions. And I'm thinking about the Digital Economic Partnership Agreement. It's also unilateral. And then India has also had its own sort of introvert development. So there are solutions that I think Africa could benefit immensely from. But then it's the question, which Africa? I don't think Africa as an entity, but I would definitely foresee a number of smaller solutions.
Unfortunately, the reality is China is the largest trading partner to all of African countries except of Morocco. So it's a reality that actually China has become the main trade partner.
But import or export, that's also a thing. This is a lot of countries in a negative.
Definitely, but that is to highlight the importance of China on the continent. Would you like to add something?
I would, thanks. You know, I think that the point you raised about it feeling like the Cold War has never ended is an interesting one, and one that resonates with a lot of people. I would just say the major difference between this bipolarity that we are watching between the United States and China right now and the first Cold War, which was the United States and the Soviet Union, is that we have globalization now. We have this interconnected trading between countries all over the world that makes it far more complicated to try to actually create, you know, polarized parts of the world that don't interact with each other. It's almost unavoidable that even as the United States and China compete and see each other in adversarial terms, they're still going to be trading. And they're going to be trading with a lot of the same trading partners. And I think it's better to think about this moment in the world as not the rise of a new bipolar system, but a shift away from a hegemonic system to something new that has yet to be defined.
With those words, I'd like to conclude in giving you each about a minute time to talk about the leads of the future of trade. In 1 minute, each of you, what do you think are the interesting leads that could change the current status and that could project the world into more inclusive trade? I'll start with you, Paula, and we move up. Sorry.
Well, I'd like to start from that question, and I think one thing we should definitely do is to de-escalate the language and not talk about trade wars, but simply talking about competition among different systems. because the reality is that China has a different system compared to Europe and the United States. China is not a market economy. It's a market economy with Chinese characteristics, or a capitalist system with Chinese characteristics, as you want to describe it. But the reality is there is some kind of incompatibility, which is not unsurmountable, between the two systems. And so we need to be aware of that. And we need to find a way to work together. That was possible 20 years ago, is more difficult now. And what we face is more fragmented world economy, which doesn't benefit anyone, and particularly is not good for the developing world, because again, as Carola said, the developing world doesn't want to be the standby, the innocent standbyers between the United States, China, United States, Europe, and China. So it's not a good place to be. But it's really de-escalating the language, understanding the reason for fragmentation, understanding the vulnerabilities that are behind international trade. So again, it's not like, as we thought 20 years ago, that everything was fantastic. There are sort of vulnerabilities in the sense we are vulnerable to disruption to supply chains. For example, for banal or simply incident somewhere that can disrupt the supply chain. We can have a shock like COVID that can disrupt the supply chain, or we might have difficult geopolitical a difficult geopolitical environment that also disrupt international trade. So the idea is, and the future for trade is, first of all, to rethink the institutions, to rethink of some of the rules, and revamp the multilateralism in rules making and setting, as opposed to bilateral deals.
Okay, thank you. Peter, your take on it.
Well, 3 points. I think for the European Union, we have to be more pragmatic. We have to use minilateral issues. We have a tendency to seek very complex issues, very ambitious ones. I think this time is over. Sometimes a bit more humbleness cannot be harmed. Then we have to do a lot of homework in our own backyard. You mentioned the single market issue. That's a project for 70 years we have not finished. There's a lot of potential in economic growth and in linking other economies into this one. And the third is a lack of policy coordination. That we have trade policy. We talked a lot here on migration, which is a big issue for the region. Development policy. There are often a lot of incoherences and contradictions. So clearing this policy field is one of the issues, and that is hard political work and sometimes art of politics. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Carola?
I think we have to understand that the multilateral system as we know it is not adequate for handling the realities, the non-hegemonic and this disruption in world markets. There are two main reasons. The world moves too fast and the institutions move too slowly, but also it's being completely inadequate to handle things like the pandemic, issues regarding developing countries, and more importantly, the rise of China. And that poses a serious question for developing countries. China grew in a way, and regardless of what China is or not is, spontaneous. They didn't need any help. It was with, I could spend 3 hours talking about the economic development of China. I won't, but China grew. China had the most rapid and most significant growth in human history that any country has had, with 700 million people lifted out of poverty on their own. And now they're a rival, now they're a challenge. Now the question for us developing countries then is that, because we do need help to develop, is someone going to give us help? Because when you develop, if Africa, Latin America develop, we become rivals and challenges, then is it really true that the multilateral system is out there to help us all develop?
Absolutely. So sovereign policy, and thank God every country has the possibility to choose the policy it wishes. Nicholas, your take on it?
Well, I agree with Peter, but I'll take one thing: never waste a good crisis. And environment. And I think that this is where we can actually find more cooperative measures. That this is where we forced. This is basically an existential threat. This is something that will force us together. I also think the Americans will come around eventually, as long, half a joke, half truth. Whenever President Trump's golf courses sinks in Florida, I think he will also realize it. But we need cooperative platforms that integrate environmental and social policies. And I think the climate crisis we stand in front of is actually something that triggered that. And that, as a European, I'm very happy that Europe at least is trying to lead on that front. Not saying we're doing a perfect job, but I'm saying we at least are trying to do it.
Let's have Anna's take on this lead to conclude.
Well, I hope that the climate crisis will ultimately be a greater driver for U.S.-China engagement than it is right now, because I think much of the world sees the climate crisis as the more obvious issue than any ideological differences between these two powers. But that aside, I think that we are at a moment where it's clear to everyone that the multilateral system as it has existed it's no longer working well. It's no longer nimble enough. It was never very nimble, and it has long failed to serve developing countries adequately. But now it's also not serving some of the great powers adequately. So we're going to have a move either to revamp it or away from it to blocks of trading partners, and that is an opportunity to create new rules and norms that are more representative of the interests of a broader group of countries.
Thank you very much. I tried the revamping group yesterday on a panel, and I realized that this was a no-go. Nobody wants to reform the structure that has been set in 1945 because everybody is everybody, the winners and those who control it don't want to give it up. So with those words, je tiens à vous remercier pour votre participation à ce panel, et je vous demanderai d'applaudir nos éminents panélistes, et je vous remercie pour votre présence.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this roundtable addressing the new pathways for a resilient educational system. We now have a firm and worldwide belief that education is both a public good and a fundamental right. Successful education achieves prosperity and peace. 5 years ago, the world faced COVID-19 pandemic, and it hit the educational systems all over the world as a seizure of usual ways to deliver trainings and teachings. The pandemic caused severe setbacks of the learning curves for learners. As a result of this very negative disruption, many agents now support a radical shift of our mindset when we deal with building resilient educational environment. The year 2024 is now coming to an end. That leaves us 5 years apart from closing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals. Sustainable Goal number 4 stands for Quality Education for All. Before launching this roundtable, please allow me to remind us all of the targets of this Sustainable Goal number 4. Free primary and secondary education, equal access to quality pre-primary education, equal access to affordable technical training and higher education, increase the number of people with relevant skills, eliminate all discrimination in education, universal literacy and numeracy, education for global citizenship, build and upgrade inclusive and safe schools, expand higher education scholarships for developing countries, increase the supply of qualified teachers in developing countries. It is thus a suitable time to reflect on a new phrasing of the stakes involved in Sustainable Development Goal number 4. Also time to consider our positive breakthroughs in education, our most striking and impactful innovations. And naturally, we should scrutinize the remaining hurdles. To nurture this reflection, we have the great pleasure to open up the discussion with an outstanding panel. Please help me welcome Her Excellency, Mrs. Camelia Ntutum. Please applause. Mrs. Ntutum is Minister of National Education in charge of civic training in the Republic of Gabon. Her Excellency Dr. Hadijatou Sy, Head of Education Sector at ISESCO. Dr. Hamad Al-Abdullah, Executive Director of Dirasat, Bahrain Center for Strategic, International and Energy. Mr. Aziz Keishouh, Vice President of the Moroccan Foundation for the Promotion of Preschool Education and Secretary General of the Higher Council for Education in Morocco. So, Mr. Keishouh, can you please help us gain clarity about the concept of resilience when applied to educational system?
Je vais parler en français, si vous permettez.
Yes.
Il y a avec nous Madame la Ministre de Gabon. Merci d'être venue au Maroc. Vous êtes la bienvenue. Effectivement, la question de la résilience, c'est une question qui est très large. Ici, on essaie de l'aborder de l'angle de l'éducation. Ça touche plusieurs aspects dans l'éducation. Parce que comme on le sait tous, c'est que le système éducatif, généralement, il accueille un grand nombre d'élèves et d'étudiants. Donc en termes de nombre, c'est quelque chose de très important. Nous avons beaucoup d'infrastructures dans l'éducation, en termes de construction, en termes de bâtiments, en termes d'équipements, d'outils. Nous avons également beaucoup de documentation. Et nous avons également des emplois du temps qui sont très chargés, qui accueillent les enfants, les étudiants, tous les jours avec les enseignants. Et donc lorsqu'il y a des crises, tout ce système s'ébranle. Il est déstabilisé. peu importe les crises sont multiples. Vous avez parlé de Covid-19, mais il y a d'autres types de crises. Il y a des guerres, il y a des inondations, il y a des tremblements de terre, il y a des feux, il y a beaucoup de crises climatiques qui peuvent engendrer ce genre de phénomène. Et en fait, le système éducatif, vu sa complexité, lorsqu'il est touché par des crises, si on n'est pas suffisamment préparé, évidemment, ça engendre beaucoup de dysfonctionnements. Et ce qui est également très compliqué, c'est que ce ne sont pas uniquement des dysfonctionnements de l'instant. C'est vrai, les élèves, les étudiants ne viennent pas à l'école ou à l'université, mais surtout le fait qu'ils ne bénéficient pas de l'action éducative, ceci également engendre un impact longitudinal sur eux. Parce qu'ils vont rater plusieurs heures, plusieurs jours, plusieurs mois de scolarité. Par conséquent, c'est du contenu pédagogique qui ne leur a pas servi. Et par conséquent, ça va agir sur leur personnalité, sur leurs connaissances et également sur leurs compétences par la suite. Donc c'est pour cela que lorsque la crise touche le système éducatif, en fait, ce n'est pas une usine qui s'arrête juste de fonctionner pendant quelques jours et c'est des produits qui ne seront pas mis sur le marché par la suite, mais c'est vraiment une question sociétale. D'où l'intérêt de s'y intéresser de manière très anticipative. Donc c'est pour cela qu'en introduction, la question, il faut l'aborder sur plusieurs sujets, plusieurs aspects plutôt. Il y a l'aspect infrastructure, il y a l'aspect enseignant, il y a l'aspect programme, il y a l'aspect élève, il y a l'aspect programmation, emploi du temps, il y a surtout l'aspect programme et curricula. Et c'est pour cela que durant peut-être le débat, on essaiera également de creuser cet aspect parce que je pense que la solution, elle est dans la manière de voir l'éducation. Lorsqu'il y a des crises, il n'y a pas de bâtiment qui fonctionne, il n'y a pas d'équipement, on n'est pas sur place. Donc il faut trouver des solutions. Il y a la technologie, mais pas uniquement la technologie, mais il faut vraiment avoir une innovation pédagogique qui va nous servir dans le futur. Et surtout, les crises aujourd'hui sont multiples. Hein. Le futur, peut-être, va être un peu plus difficile que le passé. Voilà, comme introduction. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur Kaïchouh. Madame la ministre, Madame Toutoum, quelles sont vos réflexions sur le paysage des acteurs, des agents que vient de dresser M. Kaïchouh? La grande complexité des acteurs qui fait l'écosystème de l'éducation. Vous êtes dans des fonctions publiques, on comprend que vous avez aussi un devoir de réserve sur certains sujets, mais quelles sont les perspectives spécifiques au Gabon que vous pouvez partager avec nous pour nous éclairer sur un exemple très concret, un exemple africain de comment se présente ce paysage de l'éducation au Gabon?
Il faut dire que je voudrais d'abord au préalable remercier Sa Majesté, le roi Mohamed VI, que Dieu l'assiste, parce que nous avons bénéficié d'un accueil très chaleureux depuis que nous sommes au Maroc. Et vous savez, les liens qui unissent le Gabon et le Maroc sont très profonds. Donc je voudrais vraiment, au nom du président de la transition, le général de brigade Brice Clotaire Oligui Nguema, vraiment exprimer notre profonde gratitude et au gouvernement auquel j'appartiens. Il faut dire que pendant la crise de la Covid-19, j'étais déjà membre du gouvernement. La question centrale qu'on s'est posée, c'est comment maintenir le lien pédagogique. Comment faire en sorte que des enfants issus de familles déjà vulnérables ou qui sont dans des zones très reculées, donc je parle des zones rurales, puissent toujours avoir accès à la formation, puissent toujours avoir accès aux enseignements. Lorsque nous nous sommes posé cette question, c'est le digital qui nous a aidés. Le digital nous a permis, pour les zones qui sont couvertes numériquement, parce que le Gabon a beaucoup investi dans la fibre optique, et même dans les zones blanches, maintenant on essaie de travailler par rapport aux satellites pour pouvoir envoyer les cours aux enfants via le digital. Les médias nous ont aidés, la télé, la radio, ça vraiment nous a aidés, et tous les cahiers de situation qu'on a pu mettre, imprimer du papier, là où la télé n'allait pas, où la radio n'allait pas, ça nous a aidés. Et lorsqu'on est sorti de cette crise, on s'est dit, on ne peut plus enseigner de la même façon. On ne peut plus enseigner de la même façon, ça nous amène à développer, au niveau du Gabon, un programme de digitalisation des enseignements. Ce programme de digitalisation des enseignements, comment il s'est mis en œuvre concrètement? C'est déjà de faire en sorte que les enfants, dès l'école primaire, apprennent à utiliser l'outil informatique. Il faut voir dans nos pays africains que beaucoup d'enfants découvrent parfois l'outil informatique post-bac, selon si on a les moyens d'investir dans l'outil informatique, des salles numériques ou pas. Donc nous, on a décidé de commencer très tôt, dès le primaire, et faire en sorte que nous ayons des bibliothèques numériques. c'est-à-dire avec un petit espace, parce qu'on ne peut pas toujours construire et faire de grands investissements sur des grandes bibliothèques, avec des petits espaces, grâce à de l'intranet, parce que là aussi, il y a la sécurité, le contenu que nous mettons à la disposition de nos enfants. Vous savez qu'avec les réseaux sociaux, il y a beaucoup de dépravation de mœurs, il y a beaucoup de contenus qui ne sont pas maîtrisés. Donc avec de l'intranet, avec une borne qui émet, à travers des tablettes, les enfants ont accès à un contenu infini. Donc on travaille là-dessus avec Eramet et Bibliothèques sans frontières. Mais à côté de ça, on s'est posé encore des questions bien plus profondes. Nous voulons un système éducatif qui soit inclusif, qui soit sûr, qui soit sain, qui soit équitable. Et il doit être transformateur. Tout à l'heure, vous parlez de questions de résilience, c'est ça. Il faut que ça soit transformateur. Et ils emmènent nos enfants à penser à la notion de responsabilité et à la question de leadership en même temps. Donc concrètement, au niveau du Gabon, nous avons investi dans un grand recrutement. Le général de brigade Brice Clotaire Oligingema nous a permis d'ouvrir des quotas qu'on n'a jamais connus au Gabon. Nous avons plus de 2500 enseignants qui sont actuellement en formation. Nous avons recruté tous ceux qui étaient des sortants écoles. Là, nous venons de procéder au recrutement de 900 profs de sciences parce qu'il faut booster, nous avions un déficit. Et là encore, par rapport au déficit d'enseignants, il y a aussi une réponse via le numérique. On peut recruter, mais à la vitesse à laquelle nous construisons, parce qu'il y a la question des infrastructures scolaires, à la vitesse où nous construisons, à la vitesse où nous réhabilitons, à la vitesse où nous faisons des extensions et des acquisitions, il faut avoir également des professeurs expérimentés. Là, il y a la question de l'équité. Vous êtes un enseignant dans un établissement de Grenon. Comment est-ce que votre savoir touche un enfant qui est dans une zone reculée? Comment est-ce que votre savoir touche un enfant qui est dans une famille vulnérable? Eh bien, le digital, ça permet de réduire le nombre d'heures des classes physiques pour pouvoir mettre en place des classes numériques. Donc, nous avons investi dans des grands écrans qui permettent à des enseignants qui sont à la capitale, à Libreville, de tenir des classes à l'intérieur du pays et d'avoir la même qualité d'enseignement. Donc ça, ce sont des investissements qui sont vraiment importants. À côté de ça, on parlait toujours de résilience, c'est la vie scolaire. Quand vous faites des grandes réformes comme ça, il faut dynamiser la vie scolaire. La vie scolaire à travers l'art, la culture, le sport, parce que ça nécessite beaucoup plus de connaissances de l'enfant. Il faut lui donner du savoir, mais il faut aussi apprendre l'enfant à s'épanouir sainement, pour éviter, bien sûr, les violences en milieu scolaire. Toujours pour revenir sur la notion de la résilience. Parce qu'il faut faire que l'enfant puisse s'adapter, quelle que soit la crise, en se disant « je dois apprendre ». La crise ne doit pas être un prétexte pour ne pas aller à l'école. Vous voyez, on parlait par exemple tout à l'heure avec monsieur le secrétaire général, si vous avez une intempérie, vous êtes bloqué à la maison, il faut que l'enfant se dise « je peux continuer à apprendre via ma tablette plutôt que de rester à la maison ». Et il y a les réformes pédagogiques, ça c'est important, les réformes. Ces réformes-là, ça permet de voir nos curricula et d'introduire justement ce système un peu hybride, à la fois l'enseignant en face de nous, mais apprendre aussi aux enfants, comme on le fait au primaire, avoir un enseignant qui est dématérialisé, qui travaille avec vous via une tablette. Donc voilà les questions sur lesquelles les questions qu'on s'est posées et les réponses que nous tentons d'apporter, parce que bien sûr c'est un processus qui est long.
Merci Madame Toutoum. Merci de rappeler cette gradualité et la durée longue dans laquelle s'inscrit l'agenda de l'éducation. I will rebound on that to you, Your Excellency, Dr. Hati Jatou Si. As head of education sector at ISESCO, what is your take on the intricacies of this broad landscape of education, namely from the regional perspective on the agenda at ISESCO?
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I would like to first thank His Excellency or His Majesty, the King of Morocco, and the organizers of this important forum. As the head of the education sector in ISESCO, I think we look at education more beyond learning, but education we look at from a very integrated and multicultural perspective, looking at education that includes culture, that includes science, that includes the sociocultural and spiritual identities of our member countries. So it's very, very important when we talk about education and when we talk about transforming education systems, particularly in Africa, we look at it from a multi-sectorial approach. And we need to really provide the enabling environments that are required, the policies that are required to address the systemic and structural inefficiencies within the education systems. And we also need to look at it from a perspective of changing the curriculum, where we move away from the traditional rote learning and memorization to put in place a competency-based curriculum. We also need to look at the information of data. How do we, collect the kinds of data systems that are relevant in order to inform the policies? And we need to also decentralize the education system. Her Excellency, the Minister of Gabon rightly mentioned that for those that are in the rural and marginalized areas, we need to find the appropriate mechanisms through digital in order to make sure that the rural communities are not left behind. From a regional perspective, to answer your question directly, from a regional perspective, I think it needs a partnership. It needs a partnership between private sector, between public, between multilateral organizations, because financing for education is extremely important if we are to achieve the quality that we are looking for. And the government budgets are not sufficient. Before joining ICISCO, I was the Minister of Basic and Secondary Education in the Gambia, where 17% of the national expenditure comes to my sector. But 90% of that 17% goes towards paying teachers' salary. So that leaves us nothing to invest in the quality learning or in quality education. So therefore, from a regional perspective, ICISCO is at the forefront of creating these partnerships, of collaborating with multilateral, bilateral organizations, but more importantly, collaborating with the private sector in order to support the transformation agenda in the education systems for our member state countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. C. Partnership is a key question at Darasat. So I'll revolve back to Dr. Hamad Al-Abdullah. Could you please share with us some historical perspectives about the comprehensive educational landscape?
Sure. Thank you very much. I'd like to, first of all, extend my sincere gratitude to the organizers of this event. This is my third year participating in this event, and I've always held it, quite dearly to myself. It's a prestigious event that I always look forward dearly, and I look to participate again in the event next year in 2025. Now, first, we're gathering here today to discuss a very important topic, which is education and development of education. Now, I'd like to focus a little bit about the Kingdom of Bahrain and the various achievements and milestones that have been created in Bahrain that a lot of people might not be aware of. So Bahrain places great importance on the development and investment in education. Bahrain's educational journey, formal educational journey, began in the year 1919. A lot of people don't know that outside of Bahrain. It was the first state among the Arab Gulf states to establish formal education for boys' schools in 1919, and it was the first also among the Gulf states to establish formal education for girls in the year 1928. So over the decades, education has remained a primary focus within the kingdom, marked by the expansion of public schools and the establishment of universities offering a diverse array of disciplines, reflects the Bahraini government's belief that people are both the means and the ultimate goal of development. Cultivating a workforce equipped with modern knowledge is regarded as the fundamental cornerstone for achieving the kingdom's development objectives. Among these efforts, and allow me to share some of them, for example, was first the launch of the National Research Strategy between the years 2014 up till the year 2024, which encompasses several key elements. This strategy underscores the significance of scientific research for Bahrain, aiming to leverage the kingdom's strengths in this vital field to achieve global knowledge integration that supports diverse development objectives. It identifies priority research areas and emphasizes the essential role of scientific inquiry in shaping Bahrain's future. Second is educational institutions of Bahrain have forged numerous international partnerships with prestigious universities, facilitating the hosting of their educational programs within the kingdom. Additionally, scholarships and student exchange programs have significantly advanced educational opportunities in Bahrain. Now, I was speaking to one of the panelists earlier, and I told them that in Bahrain recently we have also established an American university and also a British university. So it gives also families choices for their kids, if they're worried about them traveling abroad and what have you, to get the education that they will get abroad locally in Bahrain itself. Bahrain has prioritized also the alignment of educational outcomes with global standards. In 2008, the kingdom established the Education and Training Quality Authority, which aims to ensure quality in education through standards and frameworks that measure institutional performance. The fourth point that I would like to also mention is that the kingdom has focused on ensuring that educational curricula reflect Bahrain's identity, history, and values, drawing upon its long-standing experience in promoting tolerance and coexistence. Fifth, attention to educational infrastructure has greatly enhanced the kingdom's capacity to maintain educational processes during the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, facilitating consistent distance learning. So once the pandemic hit, immediately Bahrain schools, whether public and private, and also the universities, went from physical classes to online classes, and the transaction was smooth in that area and that department. Sixth, as the international level, the UNESCO King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa Prize was established in 2005 with the support of the Kingdom of Bahrain. This prestigious award aligns with UNESCO's goals and policies, aiming to honor individuals and organizations that have developed outstanding projects to advance education in the digital age. It showcases best practices and effective uses of technology to enhance the performance of academic institutions. Bahrain firmly believes in the importance of innovation across all fields, including education, and has placed great emphasis on fostering this innovation. I will continue on some other points at a later stage. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Al-Abdullah. Now I want to move to a very central question in this discussion. I'm a teacher myself. I know many of us here, maybe in the room, maybe here in the panel, have been teachers, trainers, and we care. Let me just put it this way. We just really care about teachers and trainers because they are pivotal agents of the educational system. My question will be to each one of you in the panel. So how can we foster the well-being of the teachers and trainers? How can we foster their well-being in terms of physical health, mental health, financial health, in terms of growth, both mindset growth and capabilities growth? Who wants to begin? I'd like to hear each one of you on this question. Maybe Dr. C, sorry.
All right, I'll try to make an attempt. It's a very, very good question. You know that one of the things that they're saying about the SDG goals and the possibility of not achieving SDG goal 4 is that 40 million more additional teachers are needed if we are to achieve SDG goal 4. So teachers are the backbone for education. I think if we put all the ingredients in place, if we have all the policies, if we have all the, the regulations, the systems, the infrastructure, but if we do not have qualified teachers, then we are not going to achieve transformation in the education sector for any given country. So you are absolutely correct. I think teachers need to be provided with the incentives that are required, with the training. I will tell you, when I was a minister in the Gambia, we had a teacher college where people enroll After 3 years, they graduate, and then they come to my ministry. I had an examination that I provided to the teachers to see whether they are capable of teaching basic and senior secondary. 90% of those teachers failed my exams. So it tells you that if we do not invest in the teachers, if we do not provide the right skill set, the right education, the right incentives, then we are going to miss the boat. And training them also includes providing the kinds of incentives for them to be able to provide quality teaching, beyond memorization, but providing them with the skills and the digital technology that is required for them to challenge the students, to provide critical thinking, analytical work for the students in order to be able to achieve quality learning. One of the most important challenges for teachers are those that are posted in rural areas. Without giving them an enabling environment and a safe environment with incentive packages, then the students at the rural area will miss out in having quality teachers. There is a country in Central Asia, Kyrgyzstan. There, they have invested in so many teachers that teachers' salary in that country is higher than the doctors, the lawyers, and the engineers. It shows you the premium that they make on putting teachers at the forefront for achieving sustainable development goals, but also for achieving human development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. C. Mais peut-être votre perspective sur cette question, Monsieur Keishouh, ou Monsieur Keishouh cède la parole à Dr. Abdullah. It makes sense because Dr. Abdullah, I know how important this question is in your research.
Thank you very much. It's quite a very important topic that we'd like to discuss today. I jotted down some points related to the matter, and I'd like to discuss them with you if that's possible. First of all, we need to talk about professional development and support. One key strategy is the provisions of ongoing professional development opportunities. By offering workshops, seminars, and access to international best practices, educators, whether it's in the university field or in schools, can stay updated with the latest educational methods. This support helps teachers feel valued and proficient, ultimately transferring also or translating it into improved student engagement and performance. There are applications now that host university-educated courses for a certain subscription, for example, per month. One can update himself with the latest trends, with the latest education, or if you needed missing information about the modern and contemporary history of Europe, for example, or ancient history, or Middle Ages, you can always look into some of these applications. For example, there's an application called the Great Courses Plus, and it's a wonderful application in which they have a variety of courses that you could go online, you could explore, and you could also interact with. Secondly, workload management. This is very important. The workload of university lecturers can often be universally, I'm talking about generally speaking all around the world, not a specific region or a country, can be at times burdensome. Many are required to publish a certain number of academic papers annually, engage in also community participation, serve on various committees, invigilations, and fulfill their teaching responsibilities. That's a lot of workload. This multifaceted pressure can be overwhelming and may hinder also their professional growth. Now, to address this, institutions can adopt strategies that balance teaching and research and administrative duties at the same time, implementing clearer guidelines on workload expectations and providing also administrative support to the university lecturers. Thirdly, it's a very important topic, is mental health and well-being programs. So implementing mental health and well-being programs is vital for supporting teachers and university lecturers across the world. There has to be regular workshops on stress management, counseling services, and peer support groups can help educators navigate the challenges that they face on a day-to-day basis. Fourthly, recognition and incentives. Recognizing and also rewarding teachers for their contributions can also significantly enhance their job satisfaction. Now, a number of countries, even in the Middle East, have responded to this and have held awards on an annual basis for the best teachers or the best lecturers at universities to highlight their contribution to the educational sector. Fifth, collaborative learning communities. So building collaborative also learning communities within educational institutions encourages teachers to share resources, strategies, and experiences. Like, for example, what I had just mentioned to you right now about the Great Courses Plus application or other similar applications. A lot of people might not have heard of them. So using such applications would help them in the process of learning and also exploring other fields. Sixth point that I would like to mention is integration of technology. So utilizing technology can also streamline administrative tasks, allowing teachers to focus more on instruction and student interaction. Now, for example, there are certain courses that are universal courses that each and every student, whether you're specializing in medicine or whether you're specializing in economy or in science, that you must take this course. For example, the history of, general history or world history or history of a certain country. Now, these courses, instead of having them physical, because they would end up having thousands and thousands of students, you can have them online. So if you do have them online and the PowerPoint presentation is ready with a voiceover that has been pre-recorded, that would save a lot of time and effort for the lecturers in terms of, actually giving the lectures physically. Plus, if you have some of the exams online with certain guidelines, not to allow, any sort of cheating to take place during the time of online examination, that would also help the process of the teachers themselves, and also would facilitate and give them a little bit more time for themselves to work on other projects, because then you will have the computer by itself self-correct the answers that the students have submitted, at least the multiple choice questions and true and false, putting aside the answers that should be typed up or written. So that, in a nutshell, could be some of the points that can encourage and help and support lecturers and also facilitate the teaching process as we move along. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Abdullah. Madame la Ministre, concernant cette question qui touche au bien-être, à la santé, on l'a dit, physique, mentale, aux capacités et capabilités des enseignants et des formateurs d'une façon générale. Quelles sont les avancées, quelles sont les perspectives, quel est le bilan que dresse aujourd'hui la République du Gabon?
Merci. Je disais tout à l'heure que l'une des premières choses, d'abord, c'est la question du recrutement, et après la question du recrutement, c'est la question de la formation continue. En réalité, un enseignant continue à demeurer à l'école. Il est d'abord élève, ensuite il vient y travailler, mais il continue à se former pour rester un bon enseignant et pour évoluer dans sa carrière. Donc, dans l'évolution de sa carrière, il veut devenir conseiller pédagogique ou il veut devenir inspecteur pédagogique. Et ça, nous avons ouvert, parce que ça s'était arrêté il y avait plus de 7 ans, le général de brigade Brice Clotaire Oligingema a permis qu'on ouvre encore à nouveau les concours internes pour permettre l'évolution de la carrière, parce qu'autant on a besoin d'enseignants, autant on a besoin de ceux qui encadrent ces enseignants-là. Et ensuite, en ce qui concerne nos enseignants au Gabon, nous les valorisons. Nous avons ce qu'on appelle la médaille de l'ordre de l'éducation nationale, qui valorise les enseignants par rapport à leur ancienneté ou qui se distinguent, qui reçoivent cette médaille-là. Et cette année, c'était la première édition, c'est le chef de l'État lui-même en personne qui décerne cette médaille. Donc c'est la plus belle distinction pour un enseignant de pouvoir recevoir ça. Et ensuite, moi également, en tant que ministre de l'Éducation nationale, même le Premier ministre s'est prêté à cet exercice-là. Nous avons une journée nationale de l'enseignant. Il y a une journée internationale, mais nous avons le 23 mars une journée nationale de l'enseignant où nous célébrons à la fois ceux qui ont été les figures emblématiques de l'éducation nationale, les syndicats, qui ont lutté pour obtenir certaines primes d'ailleurs pour les enseignants, mais nous célébrons également la vie, ceux qui travaillent au quotidien et qui valorisent le système éducatif gabonais. Sur les questions de santé, nous travaillons pour une bonne mutuelle, une meilleure mutuelle. Donc, au-delà de la prise en charge classique avec le chef de l'État qui nous accompagne, parce que c'est un gros financement, pour avoir une meilleure mutuelle, une prise en charge non seulement de l'enseignant, mais de son conjoint et de ses enfants dans les meilleures cliniques du Gabon. Donc ça, c'est quelque chose de très concret. Et pour valoriser ce métier, nous avons financé la production de l'hymne à l'enseignant. Et dans l'hymne à l'enseignant, on rappelle que l'enseignant forme tous les corps de métier, que vous soyez président, ministre, enseignant même, que vous soyez dans le domaine de la santé sociale, c'est l'enseignant qui vous a formé. Et j'aime une phrase dans cet hymne, ils disent « enseignant un jour, enseignant toujours, même au soir de sa carrière, on demeure enseignant ». Donc, on ne quitte jamais cette fonction. Et comme on ne la quitte jamais, que c'est un métier noble, c'est un métier divin parce que c'est la transmission du savoir. Vous avez entre vos mains l'élite d'un pays. Vous avez entre vos mains les travailleurs d'un pays, ceux qui vont développer la nation. Vous avez le rôle d'éducateur, mais vous avez aussi le rôle de modèle. Donc, il est important qu'on valorise les enseignants. Et je suis d'accord lorsque la responsable de l'éducation à l'ICESCO, avec qui nous travaillons beaucoup, l'ICESCO, j'étais d'ailleurs dernièrement à Oman, à une organisation qui a été faite par l'ICESCO, c'est là qu'on voit que on ne doit pas faire des économies, 1, pour former les enseignants, 2, pour leur permettre de travailler dans des meilleures conditions. Donc, continuer à construire, développer les infrastructures scolaires, c'est bien, parce que ça permet leur univers de travail, c'est la salle de classe. Mais à côté de ça, il faut aménager des espaces pour l'enseignant. Et nous, on a commencé un travail avec les femmes de l'éducation nationale. J'ai fondé et créé l'amicale des femmes de l'éducation nationale. Cette amicale des femmes de l'éducation nationale nous permet de nous retrouver, d'abord de travailler sur des thématiques qui nous concernent, parce qu'il y a du coaching à faire avec les jeunes filles, il y a bien sûr la valorisation de la fonction enseignante, mais derrière, il y a les questions de développement personnel. Le développement personnel est important parce qu'un enseignant peut arriver à être saturé. Il faut éviter qu'il aille à l'épuisement. Un enseignant qui va dans les zones les plus reculées, nous travaillons à la mise en place d'une prime d'éloignement. Parce que c'est un sacerdoce, c'est une mission noble. Il faut les accompagner. Et les enseignants, pour qu'ils puissent rester à l'intérieur du pays, il faut également qu'on puisse mettre en place des habitats qui leur permettent d'accueillir leur famille dignement. Parce que souvent, les enseignants refusent dans nos pays d'aller dans les zones reculées parce qu'il y a des questions de l'habitat. Où est-ce que je vais dormir avec ma famille? Est-ce que je peux aller avec ma famille? Donc, il faut qu'à la fois, on investisse sur les infrastructures scolaires, mais on investisse sur l'outil de travail, l'environnement de l'enseignant, et comme nous, avec une mutuelle, pour que l'enseignant puisse bien se former. Parce que l'enseignant dans la salle de classe, l'utilisation de la craie et autres, parfois, il y a des maladies qui viennent. C'est pour ça que nous voulons investir sur des tableaux intelligent, où on peut écrire avec des marqueurs qui ne prennent pas beaucoup d'encre, mais où l'enseignant parle et on peut échanger comme ça. C'est pour ça que le digital, je reviens là-dessus, est très important pour éviter un certain nombre de maladies. C'est investir sur les équipements. L'enseignant ne s'assoit pas sur un table-banc, il s'assoit sur une chaise. Il faut une chaise adaptée pour la longueur du temps où il fait dans la salle de classe. Donc, vous voyez, il y a les questions de bien-être de l'enseignant. Il y a toutes les activités, en fait, périscolaires qu'on organise pour les enfants. Mais nous, au ministère de l'Éducation nationale, on organise aussi des activités pour la détente des enseignants. Ils ont besoin aussi de respirer. Ils ont besoin aussi d'organiser des activités sportives. Vous voyez, je suis en bleu, c'est par rapport à Novembre bleu, parce que c'est pour les hommes, pour lutter contre les cancers masculins. Nous organisons main dans la main, et les femmes et les hommes, ces moments de bien-être. Vous voyez, en tant que ministre, il ne faut pas rester perché là-bas, il faut redescendre, discuter avec les enseignants, parce que ce sont eux qui sont dans les salles de classe, ce sont eux qui connaissent les difficultés et ils peuvent vous aider à mieux porter des réformes. Donc il faut aller vers eux, il faut discuter avec eux, il faut tenir compte, il faut les respecter. Il faut faire preuve de beaucoup d'humilité et un sens d'écoute. Et c'est ce qui nous permet aujourd'hui d'avoir la calmie au ministère de l'Éducation nationale et d'éviter des grèves. Parce que le ministère de l'Éducation nationale, j'aime l'appeler, c'est un volcan qui est toujours en ébullition. Mais lorsque vous respectez les enseignants, ils vous renvoient ce respect. Et ils doivent être respectés parce qu'ils tiennent la nation. Le devenir de la nation entre les mains, c'est chaque enfant. Un enfant mal formé, c'est vraiment très difficile pour la nation. Un enseignant frustré va transmettre sa frustration aux élèves. Donc il faut les respecter, il faut valoriser, il faut que les organisations internationales, au-delà des grandes recommandations que nous prenons, au-delà de tous les textes, parce que la beauté des textes ne traduit toujours pas la réalité du terrain, il faut aller concrètement se disant, mettons des programmes pour la valorisation de la fonction enseignante. Autant on construit, autant on fait des réformes, mais le facteur clé de toutes les réformes, de tout ce que nous faisons, c'est l'enseignant. Voilà ce que je pourrais dire.
Merci infiniment pour ce témoignage et j'ai presque envie de dire cet hommage rendu au corps enseignant. La même question, je vous l'adresse, Monsieur Keïchouh, et si vous pouvez aussi nous donner quelques éléments sur le contexte marocain. Quel est le statut aujourd'hui des enseignants, des formateurs au Maroc? Quelles relations entretiennent-ils avec les autres agents du système éducatif? Sont-ils valorisés? Comment? Pouvez-vous nous donner aussi quelques éléments de compréhension? Merci.
Merci, mais avant de répondre à votre question directement, je préfère réagir par rapport à ce qui a été dit par mes prédécesseurs. En fait, la question il ne faut pas oublier que le panel, c'est sur la résilience des systèmes éducatifs. Et je pense là, il faut qu'on distingue entre quelques éléments très importants. Le premier, c'est qu'il faut distinguer entre l'enseignant individu, un être humain qui est individu, mais également entre le rôle de l'enseignant. Parce que ce qui nous intéresse finalement, c'est l'exercice éducatif avec l'ensemble des élèves et des étudiants que nous avons dans le système. Certes, l'individu est extrêmement important, mais il faut traiter les deux aspects d'une manière différente, mais également complémentaire. Deuxièmement, lorsqu'il y a une crise, il faut distinguer entre trois étapes. Il y a la première étape qui est la survie. C'est un moment qui touche généralement l'être humain dans son premier niveau d'existence, qui est la survie, qu'il soit enseignant ou autre. Donc là, c'est une étape très importante qu'il faut analyser avec l'ensemble de ces paramètres. Deuxième étape, c'est l'acceptation de la crise, qui parfois dure quelques heures ou quelques jours ou quelques mois en fonction du type de la crise. Et vient la troisième étape qui est, en fait, lorsqu'une crise dure, on s'accommode, on s'adapte et on commence à réfléchir d'une manière plus sereine pour trouver des solutions. Mais pour pouvoir traiter tout ça, il faut toujours, aujourd'hui, il faut qu'on ait des plans anticipatifs par rapport à toutes les crises. Il faut que les responsables de l'éducation qui s'assoient avec l'ensemble des parties prenantes et pouvoir élaborer des plans d'action d'une manière anticipée, proactive, pour faire face à tout type de crise, tenant compte, comme j'ai dit, de l'individu, du rôle et des trois étapes. Si je reviens à notre pays, le Maroc, sur les 5 dernières années, nous avons été confrontés par Covid, par le séisme Al-Haouz l'année dernière, par des inondations il y a quelques semaines, par des grèves aussi. L'année dernière, on a eu 4 mois de grève au niveau de l'éducation nationale. Et tout ça, c'est des crises qui ont mis notre système éducatif face à en fait, des situations extrêmes. Et la manière par laquelle notre pays a fait face à ces situations, c'est premièrement sécuriser les individus. On l'a vu en Covid, comme d'autres pays d'ailleurs dans le monde, nous avons privilégié d'abord sous les hautes orientations de Sa Majesté le Roi, c'est la sécurité de l'individu, sur le plan santé, physique et mentale. Et ça a touché également les enseignants. C'est pour cela que le rôle de l'enseignant a été remplacé très rapidement pendant Covid par le digital, par le numérique. Ça veut dire et ce sont les enseignants qui ont été les acteurs de cet aspect. Deuxièmement, nous avons également, au Maroc, nous avons une fondation qui s'appelle la Fondation Mohamed VI des œuvres sociales de l'éducation-formation, qui est un investissement énorme de l'État pour pouvoir adresser le sujet de toutes les œuvres sociales dont ont besoin les enseignants. Le logement, la santé, le transport, ainsi que d'autres types de services. L'enseignant aujourd'hui au Maroc, Sur les dernières années, nous avons également révisé de manière assez intéressante le niveau des salaires, des rémunérations des enseignants. Nous avons également travaillé au niveau des écoles, au niveau des universités et des centres de formation de la formation professionnelle sur de nouveaux types d'équipements, sur de nouveaux types d'outils et qui permettent à nos enseignants de travailler encore plus à l'aise. Nous avons également un programme qui a été lancé il y a 4 ans, 5 ans, je pense, du logement des enseignants dans le rural, pour pouvoir, avec l'INDH, pour pouvoir permettre à nos enseignants d'avoir un environnement de vie relativement décent pour pouvoir exercer leur métier. Nous avons également beaucoup investi dans le digital. Aujourd'hui, une bonne partie de nos écoles sont servies avec des vidéoprojecteurs, avec des ordinateurs, les universités également, avec beaucoup de plateformes, plusieurs plateformes d'accès à des contenus qui ont été fabriqués principalement, ça fait des années qu'on travaille dessus au niveau national. Dernièrement, le ministère de l'Éducation nationale a lancé un programme de Digital Lab pour pouvoir permettre à des startups marocaines de pouvoir produire du contenu digital qui seront utilisés par les enseignants. En fait, c'est pour résumer, pour dire que le Maroc donne une importance extrêmement élevée au rôle de l'enseignant. Et lorsque je dis le rôle de l'enseignant, ça englobe également l'individu. Donc c'est un schéma qui est très global, qui nous permet d'entretenir des relations extrêmement étroites entre l'enseignant, l'élève et l'établissement. Parce que c'est là où ça se passe, en fait, l'exercice éducatif d'une manière générale. Merci.
Merci beaucoup pour ce voyage dans le paysage marocain. Je suis tentée de poursuivre sur mes questions parce qu'elles me semblent importantes, mais j'aimerais que l'audience, l'auditoire ait suffisamment de temps aussi pour pouvoir interagir. Moi, je suis persuadée que les meilleures questions sont les vôtres. Et donc, j'ai quand même envie d'ouvrir assez rapidement la parole à la salle. Je vais juste poser deux axes qui étaient dans les questions auxquelles on avait réfléchi auparavant. Je vais le dire en français et en anglais. Alors, en anglais, c'est « How can we combine culturally responsive teaching with the advancement of artificial intelligence ?» Dr. Abdullah, you were very... You gave a very positive outlook about artificial intelligence. Vous nous avez donné à voir un paysage presque idyllique de l'intelligence artificielle. La question, c'est comment on combine cette intelligence artificielle, n'oublions pas, avec les atouts communautaires, avec la valorisation du local. Comment libérer les imaginaires ? Je vais le dire de façon moins positive, comment décoloniser les imaginaires, comment valoriser nos cultures, celles du rural, des pratiques qu'on ne voit pas alors qu'elles sont la solution, on le sait. Comment valoriser ça tout en prenant le train en marche dont vous parliez, Madame la Ministre, celui du progrès technologique. Alors, je ne vais pas... C'est une question que je pose comme ça. Il y avait aussi la question du facteur genre, comment on inclut le genre dans toutes ces politiques, comment on le rend transverse, comment on s'assure que l'égalité de genre est à l'agenda absolument sur tous les sujets de l'éducation. Comment on réalise ça ? Évidemment, on pourrait rester des heures et je suis très tentée, mais c'était des questions et on est tous ici très curieux d'entendre vos questions. Donc on va ouvrir... voilà. Vous pouvez ouvrir... Alors, si vos questions ne sont pas encore prêtes, je pense qu'on peut continuer sur les questions que je viens de lancer. Yes, in a minute. Please, think about questions that are yours. Des questions qui vous viennent à l'esprit quand vous écoutez ce panel absolument exceptionnel. This outstanding panelist gave us many, many insights. What are your questions about what has just been said? We give you a few minutes to think about your questions. You have one. Il y a quelqu'un, magnifique. Merci, monsieur. On va demander un micro pour le monsieur au premier rang et pour la dame au deuxième et un troisième. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup de vos interventions qui nous a réveillés tous, puisque le système éducatif dans nos pays, il y a de quoi faire. Parce que je pense que ça ne résume pas uniquement à l'enseignant, à l'étudiant, à l'établissement, mais il y a plusieurs paramètres Aujourd'hui, pour la résilience, parce que la culture, le milieu, la santé mentale, vous voyez, il y a plusieurs paramètres qu'il faudrait vraiment analyser. C'est toute une équation multifonctionnelle. Donc, je voudrais voir, parce que là, on voit l'enseignant, les salles de classe, la pédagogie, mais il faut voir la famille, il faut voir je sais pas, tout ce qui est relié à la culture, tout ce qui est lié à l'histoire. Donc, c'est très complexe, hein, tel qu'aujourd'hui, il faut redéfinir un autre paradigme pour notre système éducatif, surtout pour le continent. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, on va prendre 3 questions. Si vous voulez bien les garder en tête, mesdames et messieurs du jury, du panel, pardon. Et voilà, on fait un premier round de 3 questions et on donne la parole à notre panel.
Alors, merci. Ma question va à l'endroit de Madame la ministre de l'Éducation nationale du Gabon, Madame Leclerc. Elle s'est penchée sur la digitalisation depuis le primaire, le besoin de mettre l'enfant, l'apprenant avec la digitalisation. Moi, j'aimerais savoir, Madame la ministre, est-ce que dans cette façon de faire, vous avez aussi pensé à l'enseignant lui-même? C'est-à-dire que durant un bon moment, tout était gelé, il n'y avait pas d'avancée, tout était vraiment un peu statique au niveau de l'éducation nationale parce que tout était gelé au Gabon. Est-ce que les enseignants d'autrefois seront aussi formés, je parle précisément des enseignants du primaire, ils seront aussi formés au niveau du digital pour avancer en même temps que les élèves, les apprenants qui seront formés aussi pour le digital? Telle est ma question. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Une 3e et dernière question pour le premier round de questions. Madame au premier rang.
Merci. En fait, moi, je voudrais revenir sur cette question de résilience. Est-ce que nous a appris la crise du Covid? Je m'arrête sur cette crise-là parce qu'elle a touché en fait, le monde en entier. C'est vrai qu'il y a d'autres crises qui sont aussi importantes, mais celle-là, elle a été universelle. Et je voudrais revenir à quelque chose qui nous a rendu ce que nous sommes aujourd'hui. On parle d'anticipation. Aujourd'hui, on a appris à anticiper. On anticipe tellement que c'est compliqué quand on est face à des choses qui arrivent. C'est parce qu'on a anticipé sur des années. Par exemple, pour passer du primaire au collège, c'est un programme. Donc on a première année, deuxième année, troisième année, pour passer du collège au lycée, etc., etc. Et c'est toute la complexité de la chose. Donc les crises, on espère qu'il n'y en aura pas, mais si on est réaliste, bon, il est fort possible qu'il y en ait d'autres dans le futur. Comment faire pour qu'on apprend dans notre façon de faire, malgré toutes les anticipations qu'on fait, à être encore plus réactif. Moi, j'aime bien l'approche par compétence, mais il faut dire aujourd'hui que cette crise du Covid a posé beaucoup de problèmes. Et on ne pourra jamais remplacer l'apprentissage à distance en essayant de rattraper toutes les compétences qui n'ont pas été acquises. Donc, comment faire en sorte que toute la chaîne soit très réactive et ne pas se dire que je dois rester à tel niveau pour passer au niveau supérieur. C'est-à-dire qu'il faut qu'on agisse sur tout le système. Et ça, il faut se dire que ça risque d'arriver et d'arriver encore. Et si je prends, on peut même exposer ce problème par rapport à des cas où on dit que tous les enfants n'apprennent pas de la même manière. Finalement, oui, tous les enfants n'apprennent pas de la même manière, même au collège, au lycée. Donc, il faut qu'on soit flexible et adaptable. Et aussi, autre chose, on n'a pas, je pense que dans les crises qui peuvent aussi arriver, on a eu cette scission quelque part entre l'école et la société. On n'a pas pu profiter du fait que les parents sont restés avec leurs enfants et qu'ils aussi sont un vecteur d'apprentissage. Donc comment faire aussi pour que les parents puissent aussi s'impliquer dans l'apprentissage de leurs enfants et ne pas perdre tout ce temps qui a été perdu. Voilà, je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. 3 très belles questions. Donc la parole à nos panélistes. Je vous laisse adresser la question. Please address any of the questions that speaks loud for you.
D'accord.
Oui. Vous voulez commencer, Madame la Ministre? Oui, allez-y.
Je vais essayer de résumer. D'abord, en commençant par vos interrogations à vous. Vous savez, l'Afrique est riche de sa diversité culturelle et de son histoire. On ne peut pas avancer, embrasser la technologie sans donner les bases qu'il faut à nos enfants. C'est pour ça que nous, au Gabon, on réintroduit les langues maternelles dans notre système éducatif. Et comme nous sommes en pleine réforme pédagogique et nous sommes en train de réécrire nos curricula avec des nouveaux manuels au secondaire, nous inversons la tendance en faisant en sorte que les enfants connaissent mieux l'histoire du Gabon et l'histoire de l'Afrique d'abord en premier, avant d'apprendre tout ce qui se passe en Europe, en Amérique et ailleurs. Donc oui, pour la modernité, mais un homme sans culture, sans histoire, est un homme qui lui-même est déconstruit. Donc ça, c'est la première chose. La deuxième chose, c'est pour revenir à ce que nous demandait la dame sur la formation des enseignants. On ne peut pas faire accéder aux enfants au digital sans former d'abord l'enseignant, parce que c'est l'enseignant lui-même qui forme les enfants. Donc on fait la formation d'abord des enseignants. Nous avons dernièrement distribué 2504 ordinateurs à travers le pays pour permettre aux enseignants justement d'avoir accès à l'outil informatique. Tous les logiciels que nous mettons en place pour faciliter notamment l'émission des bulletins, XGest, ça permet de digitaliser et aux parents d'avoir accès aux résultats de leurs enfants rapidement. Il y a également les questions de communication parents et enfants. Là aussi, à travers un SMS, vous pouvez être informé. Nous travaillons sur cette application-là, les retards de vos enfants, la difficulté de votre enfant, les questions de santé de votre enfant, vers quel hôpital le plus proche on peut orienter votre enfant en cas de problème. Donc ça, c'est important. Ce que disait tout à l'heure Madame sur le fait qu'on anticipe sur les crises, oui, on est obligé d'anticiper parce que c'est ce que notre monde devient. Mais face à la crise, chaque crise à sa particularité, même si on anticipe, il faut justement, on revient sur la résilience. Comment faire face à la crise dans laquelle on est et surtout comment est-ce qu'on rebondit? Apprendre des échecs, apprendre de ce qui fonctionne bien, regarder ce qui se passe en créant une communauté de bonnes pratiques dans les autres pays et aussi savoir demander de l'aide quand il faut. Voilà, ça c'est vraiment très important. Anticiper, oui, mais s'adapter à la réalité de son temps, c'est toujours aussi mieux parce que personne ne sait ce qui va se passer dans 10 ans, personne ne sait ce qui va se passer dans 5 ans, mais ce qui est sûr, c'est que tous les jours, nous sommes obligés d'avoir des outils qui nous permettent d'évoluer et de tenir compte de notre réalité. Je voudrais dire, si vous me permettez, en résumé, nous au Gabon, l'école elle est gratuite, hein, du pré-primaire jusqu'au secondaire général et technique, l'école elle est gratuite et nous avons des bourses au secondaire justement pour favoriser l'excellence. Mais à côté de ça, nous organisons chaque année le concours national des meilleurs élèves et le chef de l'État a décidé cette année que autant nous allons primer les élèves, mais nous devons primer les enseignants. Parce que si ces élèves sont doués et bons, c'est parce que derrière, il y a des enseignants qui y travaillent. Donc le digital, oui, la modernité, oui, mais être profondément ancré sur ses traditions, sur ses cultures et ses coutumes, c'est aussi tout à fait important.
Merci de rappeler cette intelligence de la vie. Qu'aucune technologie ne nous dédouanera de l'intelligence de la vie et des organismes vivants et de rester disponible et attentif à ce qui se passe dans l'instant. Est-ce qu'un autre panéliste voudrait répondre aux questions?
Merci. Moi, je pense que la plus grande crise qui est en train de venir, c'est la crise démographique. Parce qu'il faut savoir qu'il y a 2 siècles, en 1800, on était 1 milliard sur la Terre. Aujourd'hui, on a à peu près 8 milliards. En 2050, nous serons 10 milliards d'individus. Et je ne pense pas que les systèmes éducatifs actuels, tels qu'ils sont faits, basés sur un ratio d'un enseignant divisé par un nombre N d'élèves ou d'étudiants, nous permettra de survivre sur le plan éducationnel du terme. Bon, je pense que nous devons, comme l'a dit monsieur, nous devons très rapidement, enfin de l'humanité d'une manière générale, nous devons se pencher sur un nouveau paradigme éducatif. Et les premières solutions, on est en train de les voir aujourd'hui avec le digital d'une manière générale, avec l'IA, avec beaucoup d'autres choses qui sont dans les laboratoires de recherche, et pour redéfinir en fait le rôle de l'enseignant comme humain par rapport aux apprentissages et par rapport aux compétences. Parce que l'exercice en fait de l'éducation aujourd'hui, c'est de construire le citoyen de demain qui doit être capable d'être l'humain dans sa culture, dans sa société, avec les valeurs de la nation, mais également doit apprendre un certain nombre de connaissances et également acquérir des compétences pour pouvoir s'insérer dans la société et être productif dans la société. Moi, je pense qu'il faut commencer à distinguer entre ces différentes variables pour que l'enseignant humain se consacre, se penche sur la construction de l'humain à travers les valeurs, la culture, avec les relations humaines qu'il faut encore maintenir dans le temps, sinon on va les perdre. Mais tout ce qui est apprentissage, on peut aujourd'hui commencer à réfléchir à le remplacer par d'autres outils que l'enseignant pourra utiliser comme animateur dans la classe ou dans les espaces d'apprentissage. Et tout ce qui est compétences aujourd'hui, il faut qu'on commence à réfléchir comment pouvoir faire acquérir à nos futures générations les compétences autrement. Parce que sinon, aujourd'hui, aucun pays, je vois notre pays par exemple, nous accueillons dans notre système éducatif à peu près 11 millions d'individus. Et nous sommes un pays de 36 millions d'habitants, c'est à peu près le tiers de la population. Il est dans les écoles tous les jours, avec la mobilité qu'il faut, avec la consommation qu'il faut, avec les budgets qu'il faut, etc. Aujourd'hui, nous avons atteint au Maroc un niveau de budgétisation au niveau de l'éducation qui est extrêmement important et élevé. D'autres pays également sont confrontés à la même équation. Donc ça veut dire que nous, en fait, il faut savoir que petit à petit, nous allons être confrontés à une équation économique majeure qui ne nous permettra pas de continuer de cette manière. Donc c'est pour cela que le paradigme de l'éducation, il doit être interrogé aujourd'hui par des penseurs, par des experts, par des spécialistes, pour pouvoir offrir des solutions en fait, à tous les acteurs de l'éducation dans le futur. Voilà, merci.
Merci beaucoup. Merci pour cette perspective, effectivement, qui nous amène à prendre très au sérieux le haut de la pyramide de la taxonomie de Bloom, la créativité et les aptitudes, et plus simplement la mémorisation ou les autres étages. Au fond, on cherche à créer des créateurs. Et il faut que l'enseignant soit lui-même dans un élan de créativité. C'est bien tout ce que vous dites, même en évoquant la vivacité de nos réactions et notre disponibilité. Et je voudrais entendre le docteur Si sur ce sujet. Oh, sorry. I just forgot. What's your take on this question?
I think it's a really, really good question. And my panelists have, done an incredible job in answering. So I just want to pose a philosophical question that we can debate on a little bit, maybe a couple of minutes. In Africa, the level of poverty is high. We are talking about this digital divide. Yet, in many of our countries, we are facing lack of access to electricity. In Gambia, where I'm coming from, nearly 7 hours of the days we don't have electricity. We have not invested in communication, in technology. The majority of our schools do not have access to the internet. So how can we talk about digital, education given this area? In Africa, the level of corruption is extremely high. Mismanagement of funds, as well as other regions as well. Mismanagement of funds are very, very high. In the education systems, there's a lot of structural issues, a lot of inefficiencies within the systems. So how can we provide quality education if we do not answer these systemic, issues? So I think we need to look at the debate. I agree with the gentleman. We need a paradigm shift in the education. In ICISCO, where I am the head of the education sector, we look at education that is not only a human rights issue, but a human development issue. And we look at education beyond the provision of literacy and numeracy, but it encompasses, a multifaceted approach that includes your culture, your values, and your spirituality. So for Africa and many of these regions, we need to reshift our education system to move away from this neo-colonial system of education to bring an education that fits our reality, our sociocultural identity, our spiritual identity, education that can lead to inclusive development and economic growth by providing the right skill sets to the youth. Yesterday, I heard in one of the sessions that the biggest asset in Africa is not the human resource, it's not the natural resource we have. The biggest asset are the youth. Half the population of the entire Africa region are youth. What are we doing to invest in them? What kind of education systems are we giving them? What kind of skill sets are we giving the youth in order for them to transit into the labor market, given all the factors that we are going through: poverty, inefficiency, corruption, climate change, wars, conflict, These are the kinds of things that we need to discuss and come up with concrete solutions for transforming our education systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. C. And to build on what you just said, and I'm very sensitive to the question of youth. They are the majority, they are the future. Some of them are present here with us. Dr. C vient de mettre l'accent sur la jeunesse elle-même comme un atout majeur pour l'Afrique. Dans cette salle, il y a des jeunes. On peut aussi argumenter que chacun de vous est jeune, n'est-ce pas? Mais il y a des jeunes gens qui ont moins de 25 ans. Vous êtes là, on vous voit. Est-ce que vous voulez prendre la parole? C'est une occasion, une de plus. Prenez la parole. Moi, je vous encourage à nous dire ce que vous pensez de l'éducation aujourd'hui. C'est quoi une bonne éducation pour vous aujourd'hui? Une éducation qui serait à votre service. Elle ressemble à quoi? I would really like to hear youth in this room. According to them, what is a good education today? What shall we do to propose purposeful and targeted education according to them? Because they're agents. We don't build things for them. They also have to orient our policies about education. Donc, on vous voit, n'hésitez pas, on est ici dans une petite salle, presque en famille. N'hésitez pas à nous dire quel est votre vécu, vos interrogations, vos inquiétudes. Où vous en êtes, vous, en tant que jeune, par rapport à ce système éducatif? Il y a plein de jeunes. Voilà, votre ressenti, votre émotion. Docteur Abdullah a utilisé un mot-clé sur les ressentis. Tout à l'heure, il parlait de « overwhelming ». Que ce soit les enseignants ou les jeunes, on a le sentiment d'être dépassé par la rapidité, par le volume, par la complexité du sujet. Vous, quel est votre sentiment? Peut-être allez-vous nous contredire et nous dire que vous, ce n'est pas du tout comme ça que vous voyez le problème. On a vraiment, faites-nous ce plaisir, on a vraiment envie de vous entendre. Allez-y, madame.
Hello, my name is Yusra Marsil. I'm a student in King Fahd School of Translation in the field of interpretation. First, I want to thank all the professors here and the doctors that came here to benefit us with their interventions. Also, thank you, Dr. C. I couldn't agree more with you. As you said, we need to adopt a strategy or an approach that fits our reality. I feel that a lot of what we're studying is not adapted to what we need. And for example, like they're teaching us about things that we may know, for instance, or that we may not need. So it's very important to understand what we need and to provide us with the skill sets, as you said, that is, let's say, crucial for our future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this question. Attendez, pardon, laissez le micro. Vous pouvez lui rendre le micro. Je voudrais rajouter une question pour la dame. I would like you to expand. You talked about relevancy and needs. For you, very specifically, as an interpreter, what are your needs? Let us hear this. Today, what is your need specifically?
Right. So it's my first year at school. So I feel like the first thing that the school or the professors should provide us with is the right methods and techniques to make us good at what we're doing. It's not just about exposing us to the material and to what we should learn. It's all about the methodology. I feel like a lot of what we're studying is a little bit outdated. The system is a little bit outdated. It's not renewed according to the needs of the presence. So it's really important to keep changing according to the needs of the present and also for the future as well, right? We should understand like the future.
Brilliant, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Alors devant, il y a des questions aussi. Il reste 1 minute. Donc on va prendre une dernière question.
Alors, merci.
Voilà.
Pour moi, une bonne éducation aussi, ça passe par l'infrastructure. On a besoin, en fait, des infrastructures qui nous permettent de réaliser aussi nos rêves. Comme le dit votre t-shirt, on a vraiment parfois envie de rêver, de vivre pleinement de ce que l'on a appris. Je suis, un simple exemple, je suis un pur produit du lycée public Montalier de Libreville. Et quand je vois aujourd'hui que le lycée public de Montalier a été rénové, ça me fait chaud au cœur, en fait. J'aurais aimé que ce lycée soit ce qu'il est lorsque j'étais là-bas alors. Mais aujourd'hui, ce que nous voulons, nous, en tant que jeunes, et pour ceux-là qui vont encore à l'école, ce que nous voulons, c'est l'infrastructure qu'il faut. Et mettre aussi les hommes qu'il faut à la place qu'il faut. On veut des enseignants exemplaires, des enseignants qui nous montrent réellement le chemin à suivre. On ne veut plus des enseignants qui font aujourd'hui, ils sont là et demain, ils ne sont pas là, en fait. C'est un peu ça. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, et c'est des interventions vraiment brillantes qui touchent le cœur du problème. Est-ce que d'autres personnes... Oui, monsieur, monsieur au 3e rang, levez bien haut la main pour qu'on puisse vous voir et vous amener le micro.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Je me présente d'abord, je m'appelle Ali Hamada Mounir, de nationalité comorienne. Actuellement, je poursuis mes études à la faculté Abdelmalek Saadi. Bon, pour moi, concernant l'éducation, ce que nous vivons actuellement, on nous envoie en fait des théoriciens qui nous ramènent dans un chemin qui est un peu, on peut dire, des études kilométriques. On aimerait bien aujourd'hui, dans tous les systèmes éducatifs, qu'on nous amène des praticiens de chaque domaine. Quand il s'agit, par exemple, l'exemple des médecins, des pharmaciens, eux, ils ont des praticiens du domaine qui leur encadrent. Mais dans les autres cadres, mais non. Chacun est livré à soi-même. On nous envoie des théoriciens. Même si vous partez à l'école, on vous apprend quelque chose que même si on vous amène dans le pratique, vous ne parvenez même pas à concrétiser ce que vous avez fait à l'école. Et aussi, il y a le manque aussi des stages, par exemple, d'initiation. Aujourd'hui, vous pouvez être, par exemple, au lycée, mais vous avez des stages comme apprenti. Mais ce n'est pas intégré dans nos États ou bien dans nos systèmes éducatifs. Je vous donne l'exemple. Moi, je viens des îles Comores. J'ai passé 6 années dans le cycle du primaire. Chaque jour, c'était comme des vacances. C'était la faute de qui? Je ne sais pas. Mais l'État ou bien nos professeurs, c'est-à-dire aujourd'hui, si le gouvernement ne prend pas en fait ses responsabilités pour mettre les moyens en place qui vont servir en fait le peuple et aussi payer les professeurs, parce qu'un professeur qui n'est pas payé, il ne sera jamais motivé à aller enseigner ni d'éduquer, c'est-à-dire la jeunesse qui vont venir par la suite prendre les relais du pays. C'était juste ce que j'avais à dire et merci beaucoup.
Merci infiniment. Donc je résume. La méthodologie, l'accent est mis sur la méthodologie, la pratique, la qualité des espaces, repenser les espaces eux-mêmes. Voilà 3 points clés pour aller de l'avant sur cette question de l'éducation. Je regarde les organisateurs pour leur demander s'il me reste encore du temps. Le temps est épuisé. Le temps est épuisé. Donc le temps est fini? Alors, on me dit 2 minutes. Nous avons 2 minutes pour... Alors, on va prendre mademoiselle, on va prendre madame plutôt devant.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Bonjour.
Je m'appelle Kenza Znati. Je suis en première année cycle grande école à l'ISCA Rabat. Donc peut-être mon intervention va venir compléter ce qu'a dit madame tout à l'heure. Moi, je dirais plutôt que le grand problème, ou the major issue, c'est le problème d'orientation. Donc c'est quelque chose qui commence dès la base de notre parcours. Et donc je vois qu'au Maroc, malheureusement, on a un très très grand problème d'orientation. Et la preuve, c'est nos filières après le bac et ce qu'on a choisi comme domaine ou comme choix de filière avant d'obtenir notre baccalauréat. Donc c'est un peu il y a une contradiction avant et après. Et donc voilà.
Merci beaucoup. L'orientation, c'est un chemin et il faut le commencer très tôt. Voilà 3 remarques extrêmement pertinentes. Je vais rendre la parole à ce panel. Monsieur Dr. Abdullah, you wanted to answer maybe some of the questions.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the gentleman's comment from the first row talking about families. Yes, we discussed teachers, lecturers, the universities and the burdens that they go through, and also students, but we haven't discussed families. Sometimes there are families who have 3 or 4 children, and when they come back from work, they're quite tired and exhausted from a long day's work, and then they have to sit and tutor their children for the next day. It's quite a burden, and also not all parents have the same level of education, and their skill levels and IQ might differ from one person to another. So you got to bear that in mind. So that's something that we need to look into to lessen the burden on the students, to lessen the burden as a result on the families. Also, I want to distinguish between AI and technologically advanced applications. Like the application that I had just mentioned, for example, is not run by AI. It's actually literally recorded university lectures that are online on diverse topics, and some of them, each topic might even have 23 episodes or more or less per topic. Also, coming to the point about COVID-19, COVID-19 was just a small test. I mean, it's not like the big plague or anything. I mean, there might be bigger pandemics coming down the line, but at least COVID-19 made us now prepared for, la samahallah, God forbid, if any in the future, bigger pandemics hit us. So now we're better prepared, we're ready for it, and God forbid it never happens, but if it does, we're ready to face it and ready to challenge it. And also, with regards to the choosing career, sometimes a lot of people change their careers as they move along in life. And I think you need to think about things in long term. And even in terms of interpretation, sometimes I would think to myself, interpretation, translation, would AI play a role in that more than humans within the next 10, 15 years? He's saying no, the interpreter. But at any rate, that's something to consider and ponder, and also to look into the jobs that will be there 10, 15 years down the line. This is something the student needs to look into and needs to explore and needs to take the time and burden to look into, and their families too. Thank you very much.
Merci infiniment. C'était le dernier mot de ce panel. Je vous demande d'applaudir bien fort les panélistes. On les remercie pour leur généreuse participation. Merci à vous d'avoir partagé avec nous ce moment, vos réflexions. Et un dernier mot pour conclure. Je nous souhaite à tous de la foi. It takes a leap of faith to believe and joy and youth to move forward with a resilient educational system. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. Excellencies, distinguished guests, we'll let everyone settle for a bit. I will be moderating this afternoon's session on new alliances in the global energy order, and in particular its implications for the global south. So now we may notice we have no one from the global south on our panel today, but we will be making sure that the voices and the visions from southern point of views are taken in account. My name is Claire Davan. I am a governance specialist with the World Bank, currently consulting mostly for the World Bank in several sub-Saharan African countries. So today on this panel, we will be exploring the intersection of energy and geopolitics. And we will be emphasizing the profound need for rethinking global alliances as the world transitions to cleaner energy systems. To start, the clean energy transition seems to have a transformative impact on international power dynamics, and particularly between energy-producing and energy-consuming nations. As a brief introduction, I'll just like to highlight one of the leading voices in this field, Jason Bordoff, a prominent scholar and founder of the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University. Two aspects emerge from his work. The first aspect is the question of energy security in the transition era. And this aspect stresses the need for robust policies to ensure energy security and diversification while pursuing decarbonization goals. They are vulnerabilities in supply chains for critical materials that are required for renewable technologies. And coming from these supply chains vulnerabilities come new dependencies that are emerging and shifting geopolitical influences to other nations. The second aspect of his work is the issue of collaborative approaches for a net zero future. And given the challenges posed by climate change and energy insecurity, many underscore the importance of multilateral cooperation. And this is happening in a world that is ever fragmented. At the moment, advocates for strategies that balance national interests with global imperatives aren't that popular. So, after this brief introduction, I'll just go over our distinguished speakers today, briefly their biographies. We have His Excellency Mr. J.P. Kofod, who is the former Minister of Foreign Affairs from Denmark. We have General Dominique Trinquant, former head of the French military mission to the UN. We also have Andrea Mladovic, Executive Director of the European Policy Center. I'm sorry about the last name, I don't think I pronounced it correctly. And we also have Milena Mihajlovic, Program Director also of the European Policy Center, both coming from Serbia, from the Balkans. And finally, we have Professor Paul Sullivan from the US, who is a lecturer in energy and environment security from Johns Hopkins. So my first question today will be to His Excellency Mr. J.P. Kofod, and it's about your country, Denmark. It's been a leader in renewable energy and climate diplomacy. And so my question to you is, given the backdrop of what we are seeing as changes, how can small nations such as Denmark, with very strong renewable energy sectors, influence larger geopolitical alliances in the evolving global order? Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Claire, and thank you so much to the Amadeus Institute and organizers for inviting us to this very important discussions. Yeah, I wanted to say just a few things on your question, Claire. First of all, when you come from Denmark, it's not a new thing at all to look at energy security. I mean, we all experienced the oil crisis in the 70s, and at that time, we remember that, some remember that we had to we had to find ways to cope with it. And what Denmark did, we went to the North Seas and we started extracting oil and gas. Unfortunately, when we divided the sea border with Norway, we gave them too much of the sea, so they got the biggest chunk of the gas and oil fields in the North Seas. So Norway today is providing 1/3 of the energy needs in Europe. Denmark could have done that if we didn't negotiate, if we had negotiated a better deal at the time. Anyway, so what I wanted to say is that then we started to transform in the 90s to renewables, as you alluded to. Also with two purposes, of course, to ensure energy of supply. And that is, for any country, fundamental, of course. That's core national security interest. But also because we see the advantage of clean energy. And if you look at the electricity generation today, you can see that wind turbines, by scaling and technological development and innovation, they are one of the cheapest way, together of course with PV, to produce electrons. And we take advantage of that in Denmark. We have a lot of wind in the North Sea, so we replace gas and oil extraction with wind harvesting of energy, now building a grid, of course, of that. And I wanted to say, you are asking what we can do globally. What we can do globally is to showcase, as a smaller nation, but any nation with the right conditions of wind and solar and other forms of resources, that they can become energy secure. And also that today, I would say, it's also about having a systemic approach. It's not only generating energy from one source, it's how you build a kind of comprehensive energy system. For example, in Denmark, in all of our major cities, we have combined heat and power systems with district heating. So we utilize the energy that we produce both for electricity and for heating, and we do it in a way where we bring costs down for the households and the industry. And that's one of the ways that you can do it. But we are now, I think, in a very dangerous moment, and I will stop here with that last comment, because we are in a dangerous moment because we all knew what happened with this big strategical mistake of Europe, with Germany in the forefront, by being dependent on Russian energy, gas in particular. Now we're repeating the huge strategical mistake that we did by being much too dependent on one country, not a handful of countries like in OPEC, but on one country when it comes to what we can call the mineral economy, energy economy, because we're moving from fossil economy to a mineral economy where we need critical raw materials, rare earths that are processed in our energy systems, for our batteries, for our grids, for our transformers, and so on. And one country is now critically to that, is China. And I think in the world that we are in right now, I think it's very dangerous that we are not taking this seriously. So when we talk about a new global energy order, we need to find a way to take away energy as a weapon that can be, or as a source that can be weaponized against us, like Russia did against Europe after the full invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. We can also see when a trade war will start between China and US, and it will start. We can see that China can retaliate by restricting export of critical minerals that will hurt the whole energy system, the mineral-based energy system. So I'm very concerned that we are not moving fast enough, and we are not working closely together. So a country like Denmark is trying to show the way of that, but we are not there yet. And that will be my initial remarks. I look forward to the discussion on that. I would be happy to dig down in this topic, because I think really that we are in a situation now where we want security around energy supply and also energy infrastructure. We want to decarbonize our energy system, and we also want, as a third thing, we also want affordable energy. And just note, in Europe, for example, electricity prices are 2 to 3 times higher than in the US and China, and our industry is now suffering a lot because of that. So we have a triple challenge that we haven't solved, and I'm, as I said, very concerned if we do not take action now. Sorry for this gloomy introduction, but I think it's reality that is out there.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. You highlighted dependencies that can be weaponized, and this leads me to our next speaker, General Dominique Trinquant. So we talked about these challenges, and from an energy security point of view, it's been a major factor in global geopolitics. How do you see energy resources influencing military strategies specifically and alliances in the near future, especially in Europe and in Africa? And feel free to respond in French or in English. And for those, we do have headphones for responses in French. Thank you.
Oui, merci. Et tout d'abord, je vais profiter de l'occasion qui m'est donnée de pouvoir parler dans une des deux langues officielles de notre pays hôte, et donc de parler en français. Et merci à l'interprète qui va travailler. L'énergie est-elle la cause ou la conséquence de guerre, en fait? Est un peu la question qu'on peut se poser. Alors, Monsieur le ministre vient de parler, bien sûr, des conséquences de la dépendance unique d'un pourvoyeur qui était la Russie, avec le gaz et le pétrole, qui a été une erreur majeure, et de la capacité qu'a eue l'Europe, assez rapidement, il faut dire, de changer les tuyaux de sens et d'aller s'approvisionner ailleurs, en particulier avec le GNL, et qui, au passage, profite plus aux États-Unis, bien sûr. Alors, d'un point de vue français, moi, je voudrais dire que je suis frappé d'une chose, c'est qu'il faut diversifier nos sources d'énergie, et on ne parle pas assez de l'énergie nucléaire. La France a eu la chance, grâce au général de Gaulle, de se lancer dans l'énergie nucléaire, d'avoir une grosse indépendance énergie électrique. Et après les accidents, en particulier au Japon, il y a eu d'ailleurs, même erreur, pardonnez-moi de revenir un peu sur l'erreur allemande, d'arrêter tout de suite toute énergie nucléaire. En France, il y a eu une espèce de balancement à gauche, à droite, j'y vais pas. Et puis pendant 10 ans. Et donc on devait passer à l'étape suivante. Et l'étape suivante, maintenant, est lancée, mais on a perdu 10 ans. Mais ça fait partie aussi de la diversification des énergies. Et je crois qu'en Europe, ça commence à être compris. Il y a une association d'une douzaine de pays, je crois, en Europe, qui défendent l'énergie nucléaire. Et c'est bien. Après, on choisit ou on ne choisit pas. Mais il faut diversifier. Et donc, ce que je voulais vous dire, c'est que quand on parle de guerre, d'autonomie d'énergie, on ne doit pas parler seulement du pétrole et du gaz, on doit parler d'autre chose, on doit parler de l'uranium, des minerais qui permettent de construire des piles, qui permettent de construire, de travailler tous les systèmes d'énergie, les éoliennes bien sûr, et tous ces systèmes-là. Et donc quand on voit cet ensemble, quand on regarde une carte là que j'ai devant moi, on voit les flux qui viennent du Moyen-Orient, qui passent par la mer Rouge, Bab el-Mandeb. Que se passe-t-il en ce moment? Eh bien, il y a les Houthis qui ont trouvé que c'était un lieu d'embuscade merveilleux. Ils attendent les bateaux, leur tirent dessus, et ça réduit d'autant ce trafic. Les bateaux, évidemment, peuvent passer par le cap de Bonne-Espérance, 10 jours de plus, donc un coût supplémentaire. Donc oui, l'énergie et toutes les composantes d'énergie, que ce soit les minéraux, que ce soit le gaz, que ce soit le pétrole, sont des choses qui sont nécessaires aux économies qui veulent produire. Et je vais aller plus loin, sont encore plus nécessaires, j'en parlais tout à l'heure avec le Dr Sullivan, dans tous les systèmes informatiques que nous avons, il y a un besoin énorme d'énergie électrique. Et récemment aux États-Unis, tenez-vous bien, 3 Miles Island, vous vous souvenez de cette centrale nucléaire qui a eu un accident? Eh bien, elle vient d'être achetée par une société informatique. Pourquoi? parce qu'ils ont besoin de quantités énormes d'énergie, et avec les systèmes informatiques qu'on a aujourd'hui, on n'est pas sûr de disposer de toute l'énergie nécessaire. Donc, mon point, pour rester bref, est qu'il ne faut pas se concentrer uniquement sur ce qui apparaît comme une évidence, le gaz, le pétrole, mais aussi de regarder l'ensemble des minéraux. Dans l'ensemble des minéraux, l'Afrique est particulièrement bien placée. Alors, il y a du pétrole aussi. Nigeria, par exemple, est un gros producteur de pétrole. Mais les autres minéraux, en République démocratique du Congo, par exemple, coltan et d'autres minéraux sont extrêmement importants. Donc, aujourd'hui, vous avez une puissance et une économie énorme, qui est celle de la Chine, qui va capter partout. Alors, elle capte d'ailleurs au passage le pétrole et le gaz que l'Europe ne prend plus, à un prix réduit, donc c'est un bon client pour la Russie, mais elle va aussi en Afrique chercher tous les minéraux, avec des méthodes, j'allais dire, qu'on pourrait réprouver, d'abord sur le plan des financements, bien sûr, mais aussi sur le fait qu'on va chercher les minéraux bruts, pas raffinés. Or, pour l'Afrique, il y a nécessité de pouvoir installer des industries qui raffinent, de façon à ce que ceux-ci produisent une plus-value dans le pays. Avant de partir, je vous donnerai un petit exemple, je parlais du coltan tout à l'heure, République démocratique du Congo, tout à fait à l'est, le plus gros exportateur de coltan est le Rwanda. Il n'a aucune mine de coltan. Elles viennent de la République démocratique du Congo et c'est exporté comme minerai, pas raffiné. Voilà, donc je voulais un petit peu, si vous voulez, non pas élargir le débat, je suppose qu'il est assez large pour tout le monde, mais rajouter le fait que ne nous cantonnons pas au pétrole et au gaz, dans lequel il y a eu des changements majeurs. Le changement majeur, c'est bien sûr la capacité des États-Unis à maintenant, grâce à la fracturation, de produire beaucoup, donc de ne plus dépendre du Moyen-Orient, et donc un impact sur la géostratégie, puisque le rapport entre l'Arabie saoudite et les États-Unis ont fondamentalement changé à cause du fait que les États-Unis, aujourd'hui, sont des grands producteurs. Et donc, l'Arabie saoudite n'est plus, j'allais dire, le vecteur essentiel pour les États-Unis dans la région. Voilà, quelques traits des liens qu'il peut y avoir entre l'énergie de façon globale, les rapports de force, et simplement souligner ce que je dis souvent, les rapports de force ont changé, mais également l'utilisation de la force a changé. Malheureusement, dans le monde dans lequel nous vivons, aujourd'hui, un certain nombre de pays considèrent que l'utilisation de la force doit devenir la norme. Et c'est ce qui doit nous inquiéter dans le futur de l'énergie dans le monde. Merci.
Merci, Général. Milena Mihajlovic, my question for you is about the region you come from, the Western Balkans. It's strategically positioned geographically in Europe. And my question to you is, how can smaller economies position themselves within this shifting global energy order to attract investments and to become integral parts of renewable energy supply chains in this moving trend? Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. It's a pleasure to be here. I will start just by briefly explaining what the Western Balkans is, because I'm not sure that the audience is aware. This is a very small region in southeastern Europe, and it's basically the only remaining part of southeastern Europe which is outside of the European Union, but is aspiring to become members. All of the countries, these 6 countries, are all aspiring to become EU members. Serbia, the country I know best and where I come from, is the largest economy, the largest country in the region, and interestingly, the country that is in a most peculiar situation with regards to the energy transition. Why? There are several factors which make the energy transition quite difficult and challenging for Serbia. First of all, as I mentioned, Serbia is an EU candidate for EU membership, which of course means that the country is supposed to align with the EU's greening policies and with the EU's decarbonization and other objectives. At the same time, Serbia is a country that is historically extremely reliant on fossil fuels and especially on Russian gas. So at the start of the Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Serbia imported 100% of its gas from Russia. Let's say that this relationship is not only economic, of the economic nature. Serbia also, as a Slavic country, is quite close traditionally and culturally to Russia. So the soft power of Russia is felt quite strongly in Serbia, and Serbia is the only country in the region which has not imposed sanctions on Russia after the start of the war, although it has sided with the EU on all other foreign policy issues. Furthermore, Serbia also have a very strong relationship with China. Serbia is one of the countries that is on China's Belt and Road Initiative, part of the Belt and Road Initiative. And last year, China actually managed to almost exceed, but actually become equivalent in terms of investments with the European Union in Serbia. And those investments are, to a great extent, investments in the coal industry, in the, let's say, dirty areas of Serbia's economy, which practically poses significant challenges for both the energy transition, but also the environmental impacts and the situation in Serbia. Finally, and this is probably the most interesting point here, Serbia is a country with one of the largest lithium reserves in the world, actually. So not only in Europe, but also in the world. So the colleague just before spoke about the EU's reliance on China for raw materials. Basically, Serbia's lithium reserves are part of EU's plans to nearshore lithium supplies, and there are very advanced plans to extract lithium in Serbia. Now, what is interesting here is that Serbia is a country that illustrates well, actually, how even when a country positions itself well, and I would say that kind of the plans to extract lithium have positioned Serbia as an important geostrategic player, especially for the European Union in the energy transition. But at the same time, Serbia illustrates well how such plans can go wrong when they are not properly planned and properly implemented. What do I mean by this? First of all, the plans for lithium extraction in Serbia were made with a company, with an international company, Rio Tinto, which is quite infamous for the environmental impact in various parts of the world. Actually, Rio Tinto has not yet implemented any lithium extraction projects, so it doesn't really have a track record in lithium mining, but environmental activists and organizations in Serbia have collected ample evidence of the disastrous environmental impacts that Rio Tinto has left in countries in Africa, but also in various regions in Australia and other parts of the globe. Now, interestingly, Serbia is the only case where lithium mining and generally mining would be done in a densely populated area and in an area where agricultural production is extremely developed. Also, this part of the country is very rich with underground waters, and there are serious dangers that these underground waters, which actually don't supply only that region, but a large part of the Serbian territory, could actually become contaminated due to the extraction of lithium. Moreover, and you know, this just kind of layers, there's a layer on top of a layer. Lithium extraction in Serbia would be the only case where lithium would be extracted from an ore called jadarit, which is very unique to Serbia, which requires huge amounts, tons of sulfur acid in order for lithium to be extracted from this ore. And actually nobody has done it before. So this is all experimental. Now, this is all just to explain how we got to a situation where plans for lithium mining have become one of the biggest political issues and societal crises that we have had in decades in Serbia. Serbia has seen major environmental protests and very numerous protests, and the environmental organizations and activists are, let's say, have managed to persuade the population that despite the potential economic gains, despite the fact that lithium mining could position Serbia as an important, well, at least European player, if not a global player, that people are still opposed to this project simply because the plans for lithium mining were made in a secretive way from the very beginning without proper environmental impact assessments. And furthermore, the fact that Serbia has a government which is not really the best case of democracy that you can find in Europe, and with high levels of corruption, this has meant that the very low levels of trust of the population in the government institutions, so weak institutions, low level of trust, as well as the poor and very negative track record of the company, have all played together to create basically a social bomb in the country. Now, of course, we will see whether the project will proceed as planned. It was already stopped once in 2022 after the first round of major protests. Then somehow it was restarted again under the radar, but of course it has attracted again the attention of the environmental organizations, and it has again generated huge, massive protests. This all goes to say that countries that do intend and do have the position or do have the preconditions to play an important role in the green transition need to be really, the needs and concerns of their populations need to be taken into consideration, because actually what the EU, because this lithium is mainly needed for the European Union, of course, also for the Serbian economy, but it is the EU economy that is going to benefit the most. They need to take into account that the population living in that part of the country, but also in this case, as I mentioned, because of the underground waters and all other concerns, also a larger part of the Serbian population are expected in a way to make a sacrifice for the green transition. And I think that this illustrates the need to ensure proper consultation of the local populations, to ensure a just transition, which is something that the EU is very strong on when it comes to words, but not as strong when it comes to actions. The EU has its internal just transition mechanisms and programs, but these need to be extended to countries such as Serbia, which are expected to make this kind of a sacrifice. Now, of course, I personally cannot say whether this could even help, because again, technologically speaking, it is very questionable whether this project can even be implemented without significant negative environmental impacts. And this is something that the EU now, I think, has to seriously work on, to ensure that the guarantees that it offers to the Serbian population for the extraction of this lithium, that environmental guarantees are not only given in words, but that they're really turned into action, that they help ensure the observation of the highest environmental standards in the implementation of this project, and to try to minimize the potential negative impacts. I would just also mention for the end that Serbia is, of course, implementing various green energy projects, including wind and solar, of course, and gradually increasing the percentage of green energy in the overall energy supply. Traditionally, Serbia is very strong because it lies on the Danube River. It is very strong on hydro as well. But just a couple of days ago, the Serbian government lifted for the first time since the 80s, so when we were still the old Yugoslavia, it lifted the ban on the production of nuclear energy. So practically this means that the government is already, and this is something where the government has signed an agreement with France, with the French Republic, on the development of potential small modular nuclear plants. So the government is implementing various measures to increase the supply of green energy in the country, but I think that the lithium will remain one of the, let's say, key divisive points in the country, and I think that it is a very important case to study and to follow, to see how the societal and environmental effects will be taken into consideration and how they will be managed in the future.
Thank you very much for this, for giving us a very clear picture of what these regional dynamics in the energy sector look like for a country like Serbia, which is on the periphery of Europe and very close to Russia as well. And thank you so much for this deep dive. And I want to take this opportunity to ask your colleague also from the European Policy Center to zoom out a little bit and to just give us a greater understanding of what the European objectives and goals are in the energy sector and in the just transition. If you can just give us a bit of a clearer a picture at the European level to better understand this case study from Serbia. Thank you so much.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank organizers for inviting both Milena and me to participate in the panel. So basically, one of the most important issues of the European initiative of the EU, let's call it that way, is to basically make as many regional energy initiatives as possible, because without strong cross-border collaboration, it is quite impossible to participate efficiently in these energy security topics. So basically, the European Union has been pivotal in Serbia's energy transitions, particularly through this reform and growth facility, and this program basically pushes reforms in country candidates by providing them as well some incentives through favorable loans and also grants to conduct these reforms. Serbia has in front of Serbia, there are currently 17 key reforms in the energy sector, and is currently working quite hard on meeting EU standards, and also in order to access what is, I think, 1.6 billion euros in grants and these loans that I mentioned. And the whole idea is basically to ensure a more liberalized and sustainable energy market. But the EU's financial and technical support does not only advance Serbia's green transition, but also ensures certain geopolitical stability by reducing reliance on monopolistic energy sources that Milena has just mentioned earlier. Because Serbia, for example, had over 80% of its gas was basically imported from a single source, or Russia, in other words. With this, by incentivizing countries to connect, and by incentivizing candidate countries also to connect not only among themselves but also with Europe and with help of Europe. For example, Serbia managed in only a couple of years to see what was kind of a wake-up call. And when I say wake-up call, I'm referring to geopolitical tensions in the war in Ukraine. So after that, with aforementioned incentives from the EU, Serbia managed to a certain extent, embark on a journey of energy diversification. And one of the key milestones was basically opening a gas interconnector with Bulgaria, which is our eastern neighbor and EU member country. And with this gas pipeline, which is around 170 kilometers long and which is operational since last year, now we have access to basically to the gas from Azerbaijan, which is, I think that the capacity of the pipeline is around 1.8 billion cubic meter per year. Now, not only that, but using that pipeline, we can also access LNG from the Greek port of Alexandroupoli, Greece being again an EU member. And then again, at the same time, we're also, the country decided to build another gas interconnector with another eastern neighbor, also a EU member country, Romania. And with this, we would be able to access gas from the Black Sea. And given that Romania itself has a very robust gas infrastructure and is well connected with Ukraine, for example, and Hungary, we would be basically able to access these energy markets as well via Romania. So now, unfortunately, the think tank community in Serbia and probably in most other cases, not only in our national framework, have this sort of a strategic perspective, because unlike decision makers and governments, they are not confined with electoral cycles or political cycles and also immediate political pressures. So all of these things that I was explaining right now, the think tank community in Serbia has been calling for years, if not decades, herewith including European Policy Center. But obviously, the state required a huge and massive crisis to happen before understanding that relying on monopolistic energy sources is not good, neither for energy security, neither for energy resilience. So yeah, with that I would conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are now going to have a different kind of perspective. We're going to have a more global perspective on resource competition and the implications for geopolitics with Professor Sullivan. Professor, could you enlighten us a little bit more on the supply chains from a global perspective and how it's redefining the energy systems and the relations across countries?
Well, if we really look at supply chains, there's no such thing as clean energy, and there's no such thing as renewable energy. Because all solar panels and wind vanes and all of that stuff, it has to be finding its lifespan. Then you have to renew it. The only way that's going to happen is with a truly circular economy. And I see that nowhere. Why is there no clean energy? Clean energy is a term that grates me. Because I know, you pointed out, thank you for the more ammunition about Serbia and lithium mining. That's great. It's another arrow in my quiver to argue against the whole idea of clean energy. Where do you think China gets the minerals? Africa, Latin America. What do they do with that land and the people of those countries? Of the Democratic Republic of Congo, how many of the kids end up to be slaves in what is now known as blood cobalt? The DRC started to be exploited during the time of King Leopold of Belgium. You know the whole story about how the Congo started the chop with the hand? No, it was Leopold that started that. And energy companies who claim to be clean don't listen to them. Of course, it's now the given religion that there's clean energy and that there's renewable energy. The only really renewable energy is Mother Earth and the sun. And not even that is fully renewable, because the sun is essentially one big nuclear power plant, fusion plant. And you talked a bit about how Europe made a mistake on natural gas from Russia. Well, we have our own Russian mistake that is barely talked about. Enriched uranium. Russia controls 56% of all the enriched uranium capacity in the world. And until recently, we allowed this stuff to come into our country without sanctions, and hardly anyone was talking about it except for contrarians like me. And no one wants to listen to me when I start doing this stuff, because then you start worrying, we could be making mistakes left and right and center. So what? You are. We're starting to build an enriched uranium infrastructure in our country and with Canada, which has a massive amount of uranium. But the Canadians have played it smart for nuclear power. They have CANDU reactors. If you don't know about CANDU, you should learn about it. You pour raw uranium into the reactor. You don't enrich it. They've exported it to Romania and some other places. But right now, the Russians and the Chinese have the world in a grip of enriched uranium. It's not just copper. It's not, by the way, there's not much copper in China. How much cobalt is in China? The cobalt is in the Democratic Republic of Congo, being exported by Rwanda by a bunch of corrupt people. Sorry, I'm being realistic here. And most of the stuff coming into Europe that everyone claims is clean energy from China, and that's why we're so friendly with China, is not clean, and it is not even from China. And also, these things are created with coal. China creates solar panels, wind vanes like the ones in the mountains here, using coal. Is that clean energy? Of course it's not. But somehow the world public has been fooled. It's been fooled on clean energy, fooled on renewable energy. The cleanest, safest energy, no, I don't say clean, the cleanest and safest energy is actually nuclear power, given the amount of electricity that's produced by what you put into it. We would not have the climate problem today that we have if we weren't anti-nuclear after the Chernobyl event and other events. We would not be pumping CO2 into the atmosphere or methane or anything like that. You don't do that with the nuclear energy proper. And the nuclear energy supply chain, there's some of that, but it's shway-awi, very small. So we have to get realistic about the supply chains, what's clean, what's renewable, and stop the fraud. And why is it that you don't hear about this? Because a whole bunch of people are making a whole bunch of money saying, oh, we're selling clean energy, invest with us, give us subsidies. We have something called the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States, which is focused on giving $600 billion in subsidies to clean and renewable energy. I'm waiting for the court cases. The court cases of massive subsidy fraud that will happen. If there are any lawyers in the audience, if you're using the term clean energy and you're not clean energy, what does that mean? You're dishonest. And I know this is contrary. I don't care. This is me. I've lived a long enough life that I don't have to worry about being contrarian. But one of my goals is to make sure as many people as possible, including my students at Johns Hopkins and Yale and my advisors, the people I advise, that they understand the realities of energy, that they understand the realities of supply chain, that they understand the realities of the circular economy, and stop being conned. There's a lot of that. I see people genuflecting, praying to wind vanes. Now, this is a California thing. Where do you think all that concrete came from under the wind vanes? How much oil and gas is used to make that concrete? Where do you get the concrete from? Where do you get the sand from? How many people work on that? How much pollution is created from this? Supply chains give clarity, and trade-offs give even more clarity. Because we're talking about a trade-off between energy security and environmental security, whereby we should be talking about economic security, military security, national security, international security, and a whole bunch of other securities that are part of this big trade-off. One of the first words I use in my classes is trade-off, and the students look at me like, what? Trade-offs. By the end of it, they get it because they have to write a paper about the trade-offs in a country that they choose to make their environment and energy systems better, and they defined what an energy and environment system means. Now, why don't our leaders do that? Why aren't they honest enough with us to tell us that this is not renewable, it's not clean, it's not cheap, it's costing human lives? If you want to read a book that will make you shiver and be upset, it's called Blood Cobalt. Blood Cobalt. You all know about blood diamond. Blood cobalt is all the blood that has been shed in Congo to produce this cobalt for clean energy. As far as I'm concerned, if one child dies to dig cobalt, it's not a clean energy system. It's morally bankrupt, it's morally indefensible, and it's morally unclean. I think I've said enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I can't help but wonder what you may think of this circular economy, concept, and whether or not there's real renewable energy or clean energy. Thank you.
Well, I certainly agree that you have to calculate the total production, including all part of the value chain, when you see what is the footprint of when you produce a wind turbine or a PV panel or whatever. But I think if you look at it, in the experience from Denmark, we built the first offshore wind farms in the early 90s, and they are still there. They have been generating electricity for 25, 30 years. And if you look at that amount of energy they have generated after they were produced and compare it to the energy use of production throughout the value chain, it's actually a quite good, it's very small fraction of the energy that that were used for producing these wind turbines. I want to emphasize. I very much agree with what you said about the cobalt and DRC, and I think we are fooling ourselves now. I was trying to also to allude to China because, if you look at the value chains for critical minerals and metals, it's opaque. The whole, you can't see what's happening in the different, and it's full of corruption, human rights abuses, dodgy businesses. And I don't understand why we who say we want a high standards and transparency and ethical business, that we do not do anything about that. And one of the things that I personally think it will be good is to, for example, to do the deep sea mining. And now it sounds very controversial, but why, if we look globally, we need metals and minerals for fueling the new green energy. I will not call it clean, green energy, okay? Where do we get all these resources from? If we continue to do it on land, we will have more troubles in DRC Congo. We will see Indonesia. You can see it from the space now. You can see how the extraction in Indonesia industry is destroying rainforest, destroying people's livelihood, polluting. So we have such a scarce resource on land. Why don't we look for other places where we will do it, of course, in the most environmental friendly way, But, for example, take polymerical nodules from the deep sea and use it for our energy production. They have all the metals we need, but we don't do it because we are so afraid of comparing where do we do most or least harm. So agreeing on this trade-off discussion, we need an honest discussion on trade-off. We don't have it today. If the Western world wants to control its energy supply chain, they would go for deep-sea mining. They don't. Who don't go for deep-sea mining? China is. Now also India is doing a lot of research on that. Europe is just saying no. And US is not even part of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, so they are not really engaged, even though they should be. So I agree, we need honest discussion if we want to secure our national security interest, but also produce energy in the most efficient way, and we don't doing it today, I think.
Yes, of course, go ahead.
The greatest source of minerals in the ocean is the Clarion-Clipperton Zone in the Pacific. And we have not studied the habitats there. We have no idea what this will do to whales or things like this. And we're just going to go in there and tear up the ground. To understand what's going on is there are a whole bunch of nodules that have mixed minerals in them. And they're dug up, dragged up, or suctioned up like a big vacuum cleaner. And that damages habitats. We don't even know what the results are. We'd better study that before we start tearing up the ocean, particularly the deep ocean, because this could change tides. That could directly affect your country if they start doing it nearby. But mostly it's going to be out in the middle of the Pacific, and it's mostly going to be with a Canadian company called Teck. And the Chinese are involved. We were involved for a while, and we just let it disappear. We had a contract, and okay, we're not going to do this now. This was under another administration. One of the weaknesses of our way of doing things is if we have a weak president, we have weak policies, and it just stays forever. We can't correct it. But yes, there are sources in the deep sea. There are sources close to us, sand, for example. But sand mining and sand mafias are a giant problem worldwide. If you see those buildings in Singapore and some of the major new cities in the Gulf, a lot of that sand came from the ocean. What do you do when you dig up that sand near a coral reef? You tear it apart. Bahrain is trying to recover from that. Oh, there's just so much I could say. But could it be better to have it from the deep sea? Possible. If we could extract it from the water, it might be nice without ripping up the soil. How much do we know about the ocean? We probably understand 3% at most. And we have people like Elon Musk saying, oh, let's fly to Mars and start a new planet. We have this stuff right in front of us. How many species are in the ocean? Anyone? We don't know. We have no idea how many species in the ocean, and we're discovering them every single day. They discovered something in the Marianas Trench, I think it was last year, kind of a ghost fish. This all may seem very obscure to most of you, but the ocean keeps us alive. It absorbs 50% of the heat that we create from climate change. It produces about 50% of the oxygen that we and the fish and the trees breathe. So we'd better be careful if we're going to tear this place up. We should have been doing that a long time ago. Sorry, my foreign minister friend, but you'll have...
But I just want to say, I'm not arguing about that. I mean, I am in the forefront of science and environmental protection. But I'm just having a problem that we cannot compare like horizontally. Where do we do least harm when we do extraction? Is it to go to DRC Congo and do cobalt mining? No, it's not. We know there's a lot of human harm and a lot of other harms. In Indonesia, we do it also on land, on rainforest. Biodiversity is destroyed every day. We need to be able to be more careful how we do this. That's my, and I don't want to, I mean, I know the Clarion-Clipperton Zone, And maybe, okay, if you extract from 5% of the zone and leave 95%, will that be better than cutting the whole rainforest in Indonesia? Maybe. We need to do these discussions, because if not, we're not honest. We're just continuing, as we always have done, destroying our nature. So I think we agree. I just think we need to be more honest.
Yeah, I really like this point that you made, both of you, that we need an honest discussion on trade-offs. And I want to hear, General Trinquant, your thoughts on this discussion and that just happened. And also, if we think of the nuclear, because ecologists are very divided on whether nuclear energy is I would never say clean or green, but is on one side or on the other side. But I'm curious to hear your thoughts on the supply chain and on the whole evaluation of it. And if we take massive, major accidents out of the equation, is this the kind of, could this be part of the trade-off? That's my question. Thank you.
Vous me permettrez d'aborder le sujet de façon un peu biaisée et de mettre en opposition ce que j'appellerais une mode et un mouvement et de la recherche fondamentale. Je vais vous donner un exemple. La décision du Parlement européen de dire qu'il n'y aura plus de véhicules thermiques en 2035, qu'on va passer à la voiture électrique, sans aucune mesure de conséquence sur l'emploi, la capacité des techniciens et la porte ouverte aux voitures chinoises, dont la production, comme le disait M. Sullivan, peut poser question. La production de voitures chinoises électriques ont des facteurs de pollution très importants, à la fois pour les batteries, pour le fait qu'il faut les transporter quand même, pour les amener. Donc ça fait partie d'un mouvement où pour dire il faut être clean, propre, on prend quelque chose qui touche immédiatement à la vie de tous les citoyens avec des conséquences dramatiques sans avoir mesuré si l'échelle temps, par exemple, était la bonne. Pourquoi 2035 ? Pourquoi pas 2037 ou 2034 ? J'en sais rien. Ça, c'est le premier sujet. Et le deuxième sujet, un sujet dont je reviens un peu sur le nucléaire, pardonnez-moi, mais la fusion nucléaire. La fusion nucléaire. Le projet ITER. Voilà un projet sur lequel tous les pays du monde travaillent depuis plusieurs années pour essayer d'avoir la source d'énergie. Et ça, c'est assez extraordinaire, parce que dans ce projet, vous avez des Américains, vous avez des Chinois, des Russes, des Européens. Au passage, le projet est sur territoire européen, enfin en marge de la Suisse. Et là, on travaille pendant des années, et moi j'ai vu une présentation remarquable sur ce sujet, où là on disait, mais quand est-ce que vous êtes capable ? Et les scientifiques disent, bah, écoutez, laissons la fusion arriver. Et on va voir quand on va être capable. Donc, alors, je ne dis pas que l'un est une bonne solution, l'autre est une mauvaise solution. Je dis simplement qu'il faut se méfier. Nous avons des capacités, nous les hommes, scientifiques absolument extraordinaires, d'inventer des choses fabuleuses. Alors, je parlais de l'énergie nucléaire, la fusion, etc. Et je pense qu'il faut mettre ça avant de prendre des décisions qui ont des conséquences absolument dramatiques sur l'ensemble de l'organisation de nos systèmes. Voilà, je ne sais pas si je réponds. Voilà, merci.
Would you like to share your thoughts on what has been shared by your panelists? Go ahead.
Yes, I have to say I was really fascinated by Professor Sullivan's intervention, and I think that it very well aligns with what I spoke about when it comes to Serbia as a case in point, showing that there is no such thing as clean energy or completely green energy, that somewhere in the process, at some point, somebody will have to pay the price. Now, I think that we can speak about less clean and more clean energy, and we need to have, as somebody mentioned, we need to have a very, very open and very transparent conversation rather than just labeling things in a certain way, which kind of, ignores the complexities of the situation. I mentioned also that Serbia is obviously considering starting a nuclear energy program. I think that this is years down the line, probably. But again, the concerns of the population in a country where the government is corrupt, where the government is not engaging in transparent projects. I have to say that even the memorandum on cooperation between the Serbian and the French government on the use of nuclear power for civil, of course, purposes is not a publicly available document. It's a secret document. So even, I mean, and for us, of course, as a European Policy Center in a country that is trying to, not only get the economic benefits of EU membership, but also join the value system of the EU, our expectation was that the EU member states would behave differently from the Chinese government and Chinese companies for which all the cooperation agreements, contracts have always been secretive, and this is something that, we have been warning and speaking about for years, and now again we have a very similar situation when such agreements are made with EU member states. So again, transparency, openness and inclusiveness of these processes, they might make the projects more difficult. They might make it more, more difficult to pass that threshold of actually engaging, because you will have to deal, the governments will have to deal with protests, with environmental activists. They will have to engage in much more timely and higher quality environmental impact assessments. They will have to engage with the scientific community to a much greater extent. There will have to be a much larger investments into the curbing and mitigating of the negative environmental and social consequences of such projects. But at least once the projects start, we will at least stand a chance to have more sustainable projects of this kind. So for example, if I speak as a citizen of Serbia, as an ordinary citizen of Serbia, I'm actually quite concerned how a potential project of nuclear, production of nuclear power would function in my country, because I don't have the trust that all the standards will be properly observed. I don't have the trust that there will be no negative fallout of such a project. So I think that we really need to, we as a think tank community, as a think tank in Serbia, we are practically now engaging, and I think Andrea might speak about that, we are now actually trying to engage in work and in projects that are going to showcase how citizens should be involved and how consultations with citizens and citizen participation should be implemented in a timely manner, in a proper manner, in order to address problems and issues and concerns upfront, rather than risk creating, very negative consequences both for the society and for the environment.
Thank you very much. I want to give your colleague a chance also to share his perspective. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, as we spoke about the Rio Tinto lithium exploration project, which is what it is for now, exploration project. We did receive, though, the guarantees from the EU. And then we also had relatively soon, it was, I think, a few months ago, we had an agreement signed with the US in the field of energy. It was a sort of a memorandum of understanding, or the agreement on strategic cooperation. And this partnership also, for example, included this aspect of promoting values such as openness and transparency, especially in public procurements. But then we also see, or have been seeing in the past years, that although these governments, including EU, have been criticizing others as regards the public procurement and that are often being made one-on-one behind closed doors. These governments have also seemed to do the same in some cases, at least. So this is becoming quite problematic, and responding to this issue that we have identified, and that also our colleagues from Western countries, such as, for example, France, and in their think tank community also recognize. We have agreed with our French colleagues to kickstart a very ambitious project, which is basically titled "Achieving an Energy Transition with Citizens in the Western Balkans." Now, what makes this project a bit different is that it's not. We have already been pre-selected for the financing, and now we have time. We will have at least a couple of months to write down the project and actually come up with a very deep idea of how we want to involve people and citizens in energy projects without seeing backlashes like we've seen in the Rio Tinto lithium exploration protests that have been running wild for years now. So, and yeah, this would actually be instrumental in creating a very inclusive framework for energy policies without just having very prominent figures from the government or decision maker or policy maker processes that on and on insist on how these processes should be inclusive, but without actually consulting with citizens. So hopefully we will be lucky with this, and we will be able to both identify good practices on this issue worldwide, and then try to promote them in the Western Balkan with the help of our partners from France and other EU countries, and then also hopefully we will be able to come up with some practices on our own in cooperation, again, hopefully with the government and decision makers.
Thank you very much. Before we have about 10 minutes left, and before we open the floor to the audience for questions, I just wanted to have a last question for you, Professor Sullivan, about best practices, because we've been talking about best practices here, whether it's a company, an organization. There must be some companies and organizations that are mindful, like you said, of court cases or being sued for false claims. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts about whether you've seen best practices in this field.
Best practices is a cliche. It doesn't exist because we haven't figured out the best practices. Also, businesses have to survive on profits and losses. And if you want to focus on best practices for the environment, you're going to have to pay them to do that. They're not going to do it on their own, because the big problem here is something called externalities. Things that companies and others produce, they never pay for. The only way to correct this is to have them pay. But that would increase the price of energy and everything else for people in the economy. There are no simple answers here. No simple answers at all. But when I hear, let's ask the people what we should do, the people are not educated in the environment, they're not educated in energy, and for God's sake, they're not educated in economics also. I teach all three, and I teach some of the smartest people in my country. And I have to start from step one, climbing Mount Everest, to explain some of this stuff to them. How many people understand what happens if you slash a government by 50%? They're talking about it. It's called a massive recession to depression. Most people don't have a clue. How many people know how a nuclear power plant works? How many people know how a wind vane works? An electrical grid, how transmission works? Not many. You're talking about the top 1% of energy-educated people in any country, including Denmark, including France. If you went into one of the local restaurants in France, General, and asked them, how does the electrical grid work? I've heard very intelligent, otherwise educated people say, it comes out of the wall. No, I'm not kidding. Ask people you know, how does electricity get to you? When I get into this stuff at home, let's say at breakfast, when my kids were younger, I would point to the wall. Where does it come from? And then I'd walk it all the way back. And by the time I got to the station, oh, Dad, that's enough. But it's in their brains now that this is a lot more complicated. And what does this have to do with health? It has a lot to do with health. You know those high-powered lines everyone's talking about building to have transmission? Do you want to have a house under one of those? When we looked for a house, as soon as I saw a high-powered transmission line, I said, no. No. There are so many connections, so many trade-offs. People need to be educated, and education in my country is abysmal on this stuff. It's embarrassing to read some of the so-called experts in the newspapers talking about energy policy, and politicians who should know better. Do they have a training for energy for congressmen and senators? Well, let me tell you how they get up to speed. They have a 1 week, what do they call it? They go out and in the countryside in West Virginia, wherever, and they teach them about how the government works. And then they're running the government after that. The private sector has the education. They have the knowledge. That should be used. But if it's that difficult in my country, imagine what it's like in countries that have even lower literacy. And let me tell you, functional literacy in my country is about 45%. It's not 100% like the figures show. And you can see why things are happening in a certain way. When your education system fails you, then your political system fails you, and you can't correct your energy system, and you can't correct the environment because nobody out there can understand what you're talking about. Sorry, that's one of my pet peeves.
That was a very good answer, though. Do we have any any questions from our audience? We have 3 hands, 4 hands. Only one microphone to share. Please introduce yourself very briefly. We only have 5 minutes left. Quick question and then we'll have our speakers.
Bonjour tout le monde, je vais parler en français si c'est possible. Je m'appelle Mohamed Ami Ibn Abdelouab dans l'école supérieure de management de l'MCJ et j'ai une question environnementale et économique. Parce que si les pressions pour atteindre des objectifs climatiques mondiaux comme les accords de Paris favorisent-elles ou freinent-elles la coopération internationale en matière d'énergie? C'était ma question.
My new president is going to take us out of the Paris Agreement.
Yeah, let's take all the questions and then we'll respond as much as we can.
Hello, my name is Khalid Naguib from Hydrogen Egypt. And I just wanted to tell the panel that flashing behind you is Putin meeting Xi Jinping and Putin meeting Trump. I don't think you realize that. The second part of the question is, it's called Med Days, the Southern Forum. So in Egypt, we need just transition. We need solutions that work for the South. So we haven't talked about that, but I guess we can.
Well, my friend from Egypt, I lived in Egypt for many years. We can talk about it. There's a lot you can do.
Can I speak Arabic? Yes?
We don't have translation for that, do
Okay,
we?
correct. Thank you. بداية تحياتي لكم فخامة ومعالي الدبلوماسيين الكرام. كذلك أشكر كافة الحضور الكريم. لدي سؤالا طبعا حكي لا أطيل عليكم. السؤال الأول يتعلق بتصريح منظمة أوبك بلس حيث قالت بأن الطلب على النفط سيبلغ ذروته عام 2050 يعني سيبقى الطلب على النفط متواصل ومتسارع. وقالت كذلك بأنها أضافت بأن يستحيل تبديل أو تغيير الطاقة نظيفة عن النفط وبالتالي النفط سيبقى هو الأساس. كيف ترون أنتم باعتباركم خبراء في هذا المجال كيف ترون هذا التصريح؟ هل هو ضرب لمجهودات الدول حيال الانتقال إلى الطاقة النظيفة أم أن على الدول بذل المزيد من الجهد من أجل يعني الوصول إلى الطاقة النظيفة بشكل قوي وبالتالي التحييد عن الطاقات الأحفورية؟ هذا السؤال الأول. السؤال الثاني بخصوص مؤتمر ريو دي جانيرو في البرازيل هذه السنة. قالت الدول المتقدمة بأنها ستخصص أكثر من 300 مليار دولار لدعم الدول النامية. أنتم طبعا الحال في نظركم أنتم كخبراء هذا طبعا الحال من أجل أن الدول المتقدمة هي التي يعني تلوث البيئة بشكل أكبر. هل هذا المبلغ يعني هل يمكن اعتباره يعني بمثابة صكوك غفران للدول النامية أم أن على الدول النامية بهذا المبلغ أن تبني نفسها وتقوي نفسها في مجال الطاقات المتجددة وأن لا تعتمد على دول متقدمة؟ هذا هو سؤالي. شكرا لكم.
Thank you for your question. Maybe we can start answering those questions. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I think there's a commonality in the questions. I mean, it was asked, do we have the tools to achieve the climate targets? I think yes. If we wanted really to do it, if we embrace technology, innovation, research, knowledge, and it had the fundamental political will to work together on this, we can do it. And I think we also need to apply all forms of energy, including nuclear power, which has been mentioned. That is really a fast way also to decarbonize the energy system if we want to. Also new fourth generation small modular reactors, for example, is very promising. But I think, unfortunately, we don't have the we do not have the push for technology development that we should have. China has it in some ways. They produce half of the world's EVs today. They are now taking over, not only they have PV, but they also take over the wind turbine market very quickly and green hydrogen and so on. They are moving fast. So if we should do something about climate change, yes, we could do it. Draghi report, Mario Draghi, the former head of the European Central Bank and Italian Prime Minister and so on, he said it very elegantly as well, we need to close in Europe, for Europe's case, we need to close the innovation gap. 800 billion euro a year we need to invest. So I think we could do it if we want to. I'm just not sure. And you also ask, the same question you asked about the developed countries' lack of responsibility. I agree with you. I don't know how many times the developed countries has promised to pay just a fraction of the damage they have done to the world by burning fossil fuels for many, many, many decades. And it's actually the developing world that is suffering from that immoral behavior. And now in Baku, there was agreement on the 300 billion, but look at what years these money are going to be released. It's too late. It's too late, way too late. So I think the developed world or the industrialized country, they need to do much more. And I think, being in Africa, being in Morocco, I think, there should be a much bigger cry out from what some call the global south about this, I think, injustice that the rich countries, Europe including US, is not doing what it should do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead and respond.
Juste un point sur la question que vous posiez à propos de la chronologie, c'est-à-dire le fait qu'on va avoir besoin encore des énergies fossiles pendant un bon bout de temps. C'est dû en particulier parce que, bien sûr, les pays qui sont en développement ne veulent pas s'arrêter en attendant que l'énergie propre arrive. Ils ont besoin de se développer en même temps et donc de consommer cette énergie fossile, bien sûr. Et donc, je crois que, je sais que par exemple en France, on a un problème terrible avec la société Total, qui dit je vais faire de l'énergie verte, mais en même temps, je vais continuer à avoir des puits de pétrole, et en même temps, je vais produire du gaz parce qu'il y en a besoin, et qu'on ne va pas couper et d'un seul coup passer à autre chose. Donc, c'est un peu la question que je posais à propos de la décision du Parlement européen d'arrêter, enfin, de n'avoir plus que des voitures électriques en 2035. Sur quoi reposait cette décision par rapport à nos capacités de transformer avec les problèmes sociaux que ça présente? Donc, je suis d'accord avec vous, on va encore en avoir besoin. Donc, il ne faut pas tout de suite mettre au banc tout ce qui se passe en énergie fossile. Simplement, il faut accélérer effectivement la recherche pour avoir de plus en plus rapidement des énergies qui vont remplacer ces énergies fossiles.
And yes, let's go.
Yeah, I will just briefly say, add that I agree. We need solutions that work for the South, for the global South, if we can use that term. But the fact is that, you know, especially when it comes to raw materials, critical materials, energy supply, there is not always a clear dividing line between the global North and the global South. I mean, my country and my region is sort of like hanging, you know, on a thread with the global North in a way. But when it comes to the energy transition, we are actually much closer to the global South. And the way that we are positioned now in this entire discourse is actually as a country that is even seen as being subjected now to neocolonialist practices from the European Union, for example. So a lot of the population, a great part of the population in Serbia is now afraid that we might just become a source of, cheap lithium for the EU, that we might not even see a lot of added value created in the country in relation to the exploration of the lithium, for which we think we will pay an extremely high price. And again, I agree with Professor Sullivan. Yes, the citizens are not, and people are not experts on these issues. But still, I believe that if they are engaged in a discussion in a proper way, with proper education, as you mentioned, through deliberative dialogue and discussions where you first provide information to the people and then you ask them to decide, then I think that this can be quite effective. And that, in a way, if these kinds of practices are utilized everywhere, that would in a way ensure that the solutions which work for the North might actually also work in the South. Because if the people are included and engaged in the proper way, then we could have some, let's say, more positive solutions with more positive or less negative societal impacts and environmental impacts. The problem, again, lies with our governments. It is not only the fault of the neo-colonialist powers that are trying to maximize on their interests. It is also the fault of our corrupt governments that are allowing this to happen and that are hiding information from the people, that are not engaging in transparent and clean practices in this way. So we also need to look at ourselves and at the governments that we elect, and we need to create local pressure in order for our governments to actually defend our interests and to engage with us in a transparent dialogue that we spoke about.
Thank you very much, Professor. We are way over time, but please, the last words are for you.
Well, you were talking about neocolonialism. What about neocolonialism of the mind? How many poor people in very poor countries would give up their oil and coal to have imported renewables? Can you hear me? Sorry. There was a survey out of the World Bank of leaders of poor countries and rich countries, how important was climate change to them. For the very poor countries, it was, what are you talking about? We need jobs. We need food. We need housing. We need education. Those were the most important things. If you're looking at the global south, take a look at Equatorial Guinea. What do they have? And then you tell them, don't use your oil and gas? Who are you people, right? I see you shaking your head. Yeah, you can understand this, because this is what's going on here. We have a whole bunch of people who think they know the answer to everything, and they're imposing it on poor countries. Let them develop. And another question came about the orderly transition. Okay, let's shut down oil and gas today. Now go gas up your car. If we shut down oil and gas too quickly, we impoverish the world. I have no doubts about that. This whole thing, let's go by 2030 to renewables in any country. All right, increase poverty, decrease health, and have massive internal insecurity in your country. Because when people are cold in a cold country, or they can't cool the medicines for the elderly people in a hot country, they're going to get angry. And there are a lot of countries, Egypt for one, that's on the edge, has been on the edge forever. So why don't we put them over the edge? Let's tell them you have to get rid of all the oil and gas and coal. How do you get electricity in Egypt? Oil, gas. What if you shut that down? What about poverty in Egypt? It would be horrible. So the question is, for an Egyptian, is massive poverty more important than a better climate? That's a massive trade-off. I don't think any Egyptian would agree with that last statement. And I know Egyptians well. They don't need another revolution.
I invite you to keep this conversation for later, but for now we'll have to close the session. I want to thank our distinguished speakers. Thank you very much. Thank you to the Amadeus Institute for having us today, and for all the organization and all the staff. Thanks, everyone.